Chapter 8:27. Outside the Three Pure Hall of the Taoist Temple, the sky was already faintly turning white. A dim oil lamp was placed in front of the statues of the Three Pure Ones, and behind it were three shabby yellow prayer mats. The Three Pure Hall was not big, because the Shangqing Palace on Phoenix Mountain was originally a small Taoist temple. It was about 10 feet long, and the statues of the Three Pure Ones were high up. There were some tables and chairs on both sides of the hall. Jiang Taichung sat on one of the chairs, thinking about something. He tiptoed to pick up the teacup on the table. It was a high-quality Longquan kiln teacup that glowed like a clamshell. The hot water is slow today. Jiang Taichung thought, I'll have to tell them later to be quick and diligent. Our sect will send people soon, so they can't be so slow. Thinking of the people from our sect, Jiang Taichung felt a little proud. This was a stroke of genius. That young disciple of the morgue often came, so he thought he was also a Taoist. Who in the entire morgue looked at him in the eye? Who knew? There was actually such a big fish behind him. Mao Mountain, heretical sects, a hidden danger to our sect. How arrogant was Chun Jugong when he was here. Our sect had to retreat, and I heard that they even fought before. But now, if they did not join the orthodox sects, their souls would disappear, and they would not even be able to keep their orthodoxy. Taoist. Haha! How could a demon from Mao Mountain be worthy of being called Taoist? The heavens did not give up on me. That day I just had nothing to do, so I asked jokingly. I didn't expect that the little bastard from the morgue would be able to get such important information. The remnants of Mao Mountain. Back then, Chun Jiogong was also considered an outstanding person, a commonplace person, but he was able to create such a large family business. When Mao Mountain was at its peak, there were 3 perfected masters, 19 Taoists, and hundreds of Taoist priests. It was like adding oil to a raging fire, although it had declined now. But who could say for sure how much wealth they had left? Perhaps there would be some magic artifacts. Thinking about it, there might even be magic artifacts. Thinking of this, Jiang Taichung could not help but feel hot all over and his mouth dry. He subconsciously lifted the teacup and felt the weight in his hand lighten. Only then did he realize the hot water is too slow today. In a while, I'll have to properly reprimand those workers. It was precisely because Jiang Taichung was worried that the 2 orphans in the morgue had magic tools or even magic treasures that he sent the news up. Otherwise, he, Taoist Jiang, also knew people from all walks of life. It was easy to sneak up to an old man and a child in the middle of the night and kill them, but it was not so easy to become a disciple of Mao Mountain. He was like an ancestor to all sorts of people. Otherwise, why would he bother to give the oil to those arrogant Taoist priests of his sect? Jiang Taichung sighed and raised his head. Counting the time, there was still 1 day, 2 days, 5 days left. 5 days to rush here from Mount Mao was already an extremely fast speed. If it weren't for the fact that the Taoist priests had talismans as a means of communication, which saved them the time needed to travel from here to Mao Mountain, how could they have arrived so quickly? It wasn't even that convenient for the imperial court to send the court bulletins, other than the east and west factories and the brocade guard, who dared to trouble the Taoist priests of the imperial court. Currently, the administrative envoys of the various provinces had not completely implemented Taoist communication. In some remote provinces, there were no Taoist priests by the side of the provincial governors, and they still had to use courier stations to deliver memorials and documents. The heavens had taken pity on them. Even the merchants of Jiangnan had a communication talisman, like the divine talisman. Jiang Taichung counted the time here. He didn't dare to send people to spy on the remnants of little Mao Mountain. Based on the surveillance methods of the Taoist priests under him, it was more accurate to say that they were tipping off the evil Taoist priests of Lower Mao Mountain. The Taoist priests of Lower Mao Mountain were the ancestors of the unorthodox sects. At this time, the Taoist priests and Taoist children of the Taiching Palace's side courtyard had begun to gather in the Three Pure Temple. The other 2 authentic Taoist priests who had received the scripture could naturally enter the 3 pure temple. But those Taoist children— have you seen the Taoist children whose beards were all white? A Taoist child with well-developed muscles and skilled martial arts, whose chest and arms were even more magnificent than a woman's, were not rare either. These Taoist children could only kneel on the patio under the 3 pristine temple with a meditation cushion. A muscular Taoist child might have woken up late, but he hurriedly rushed to the 3 pure temple from the winding corridor. The sky was a little dark, and he saw a Taoist priest, Taoist child of the Pyrotechnics Institute, carrying a teapot, hurriedly walking towards the 3 pure temple. The Taoist child had a hunched back, and it could be seen that he was also not young. The outer court disciple, who was called Taoist child and written as Taoist soldier, thug, and guard, intentionally bumped into the Taoist fireman, causing him to stagger. Only then did he chuckle and proudly wanted to see the embarrassing scene of the Taoist fireman protecting the teapot. However, he only saw that the Taoist fireman seemed to be in a sorry state, but in actuality he quickly stuck to his side. The teapot that was filled with hot water was lightly held in one hand, and the other hand grabbed his face. The man felt that the big, skinny hand that grabbed his face was like a cast of iron, forcefully squeezing him. The big hand twisted slightly, and a clear crack sounded in the silent corridor. The man's head twisted at an angle that was not possible for a normal human being. The figure that looked like the Taoist fireman, with just a little force, pushed the heavy body behind a clump of weeds. Wang Qin was a little further behind. He was also wearing a loose Taoist robe that did not fit him, and his face was covered with some potash. But compared with the disguise of the Taoist fireman in front of him, he was very careless. He was holding a wooden tray, covering most of his face, on which there were very delicate pastries. The pastries, wrapped in white icing, looked quite delicious. When Wang Qin left the Pyrotechnics Institute, he took a knife with him. After all, he was a member of the righteous sect. When cooking cattle and slaughtering sheep in a Taoist temple, there were always a few good butcher knives. The knives for slaughtering cattle and sheep were fast, and they were also very neat. If it were a Taoist temple of the Chuanjin sect, Wang Chan would be lucky to find 2 kitchen knives. But now, with the ox-eared knife in hand, the killing intent was aroused. The closer they were to the 3 Pristines temple, the more likely it was that they would encounter other Taoist priests. Before turning a corner, Wang Chan rubbed his nose and almost bumped into a Taoist boy. He let out an "ah," but before he could see clearly, Wang Qin had sent the ox-eared knife into his body. The knife was inserted obliquely from the diaphragm between his chest and abdomen, and then poured into his lungs. The Taoist boy was an adult, but he was only a few years old. His young face was a little blank, and before he understood what had happened, blood with pink bubbles sprayed from his mouth. The blood made Wang Chen's face smell of blood. Wang Chen calmly twisted the knife handle, turned it half a circle, and slowly pulled out the sharp knife. He took out a white cotton cloth from the back of his Taoist robe, carefully wiped his face clean, and continued to move forward without changing his expression. With a sharp weapon in one's chest, the killing intent was aroused. Wang Qin took 2 steps forward and turned to the patio. There were already Taoist children sitting on the patio in 2s and 3s with rush cushions, ready to meditate. Looking down, Wang Qin saw the main hall of the 3 pure lineages. Taoist Jiang and 2 other Taoists were sitting inside. The old Taoist Shigong was carrying a teapot with a dull look on his face and walking upstairs. Wang Qin lowered the tray and walked forward with a relaxed expression. When he came to the Taoist boys, his hand trembled slightly, and 2 pieces of frosted pastries fell to the ground. The Taoist next to him exclaimed in a low voice. Wang Chen pretended not to see it and continued to walk up. He saw old Taoist Shigong had already lifted the teapot, and someone behind him shouted, "Something fell!" Sugar cakes fell to the ground. In the 3 Pristines temple, Shigong drew the boiling hot teapot and suddenly splashed it on the faces of the 3 Taoist priests. Wang Chen lifted the tray behind him and rushed to the Three Pristines Temple at the fastest speed he had ever run in his life. In the Three Pristines Temple, Taoist Zhang scream had just sounded, and old Taoist Shigong had already hit one person with a teapot at lightning speed. Wang Chen took 2 steps at a time, and an ox-eared knife directly pierced the stomach of a Taoist priest who was barely able to open his eyes. He held the Taoist priest and stabbed him 3 times. Chapter 828. Taoist Jiang woke up in a daze. His mind was groggy, and his empty mind was reverberating with intense pain. He struggled for a while and found that he could not move his body. The pain at the back of his head made it difficult for his brain to function properly, causing him to moan unconsciously. A series of muffled sounds, sometimes loud and sometimes soft, reached his ears. The art of torture is very exquisite. We need to rely on science. We can't get what we want with brute force. Leave everything to me, young patriarch. Let's go to Mao Mountain and come up with 180 ways to make that old thing regret living in this world. How vulgar! I've read about your unorthodox methods. It's written in the books that you use to flay people. Spasm, bone, marrow scraping, bamboo skewers, eye piercing, and putting a small metal brush in the urinal. It's vicious enough, but it's more about venting anger than extorting a confession. I don't approve of torturing until the target is disabled or even dead. Jiang Hu methods? I know. You want him to be afraid of you. Cruel, terrifying, and inhumane. Most importantly, when it's time to use torture, it'll be a vengeance. Vengeance. Venting anger is the most important thing, but we're not venting anger now. We're trying to get something out of his mouth. So let me try first, all right? Go ahead, young patriarch. We wouldn't dare to say anything. Sigh, don't say that. It's a discussion. It's to better complete the mission and achieve the goal. I'm not using my authority to pressure you, am I right? We're discussing to get the thing out of his mouth and to better complete the mission, right? If you have to listen to me just because I'm the young patriarch, what's the point of this meeting? What about now? He'll be fine for the time being if we use my method. When it's proven that my method doesn't work, you'll do it. We won't regret it, even if we cripple or kill him. Do you agree? Let's discuss this democratically and equally. You're right, young patriarch. Taoist priest Jiang was completely awake by then. He did not dare open his eyes and pretended to be unconscious, but he soon heard something that made him despair. Then, young patriarch, I'll get some water to splash him. There's no need. The young man with a strange Beijing accent said, He's already awake. Taoist Jiang felt someone walking up to him and looking at him. The young voice continued, Look, the state of the eyes under the eyelids of a person who is awake is different from that of a person who is unconscious. There was another rustling sound. Taoist Jiang felt someone pry open his eyelids, and a dazzling light shone on his eyes, causing them to sting. When there's light, the pupils will shrink, but when you're in a deep coma, the pupil's reaction to light will disappear. This is a conditioned reflex that humans can't overcome. For someone like him, who can't stop blinking in tears, it's even more so. The hand that pinched Taoist Jiang's eyelids loosened, and all Taoist Jiang could see was whiteness. He kept blinking and shaking his head, no longer trying to pretend to be unconscious. The voice asked again, Taoist priest Sher, how did you know that he was awake? Young patriarch, his shoulders are tense. The shoulders of a person who is unconscious will be more relaxed, but he's too nervous, an expression on his face. Taoist Jiang listened to the two voices and discussed 7 or 8 ways to distinguish the features of a person's expression and posture. Finally, he could see a bit of light and shadow. Standing in front of him was an excessively young man with short hair. His expression was calm, and when he looked at him, it was as if Wang Chen looked at the only clue in his hand with relief. Healthy and sober, he had already asked other survivors in the Taoist temple and tested all kinds of knowledge about extorting confessions by torture that he had heard in his previous life. But because those clues were not as precious as those of Daoist Jiang and Abbot Jiang, he even asked Shigong to test them on Mao Mao. They used all kinds of methods, which were quite bloody. But to his disappointment, the others knew very little information. This Abbot Jiang was a man with a sense of confidentiality, except for some vague and trivial things from the mouth of another surviving Taoist. There was no real clue about the people from Shangqing Palace. Therefore, it was very necessary to ensure that Daoist Jiang could be completely healthy, calm, and tell what he knew calmly. Wang Chen's teacher Shigong said, "When extorting information, you should keep the interrogator awake and calm. You've made it so bloody and cruel that he's crazy. How can you guarantee that what he says is true, orderly, clear, and complete? It's true that we can get something out of him that way, but whether it's clear, and complete will be a mess. The brocade guard uses those methods because they don't need a clear and complete confession. It's a way to deal with superiors, get promoted, and get rich. Therefore, it has to be cruel and ruthless. People in Jianghu use these methods because they want to vent their anger and revenge. This is the method that the brocade guard uses to vent their anger as officials and people in Jianghu. But our method of doing things is different. Doing things, it has to be orderly and clear and realistic, right? According to the research of the CIA, the truth of the information obtained through torture is less than 10%. They will confess some things and make up some stories to avoid being tortured. The CIA? It's the brocade guard of another country across the sea. In this country, the brocade guard has spent so much time studying these things. I'm afraid that the officials there are more cruel than those in the great Ming dynasty. With such harsh laws, there will be no peace. Haha. Wang Chen said with a smile, "It's the world's police. Naturally, it needs to be used everywhere." Daoist Jiang saw a young Daoist bring a bowl of water to Wang Chen. There was a layer of ice on the surface of the water. The young Daoist said in a crisp voice, "Grandmaster, I found their ice cellar. As you instructed, I broke it and sprinkled it into the basin." Wang Chen rolled up his sleeves and said to the old and the young beside him with a gentle smile, "I don't know why I used ice either, but seeing that they all used it, I followed suit. But it's said that with this improvement, the death rate of torture has been greatly reduced. It might have something to do with the oxygen in the blood. Now I use water without chili powder. I'm not familiar with it before, so I used chili powder first in a hurry. Besides, I didn't have a good grasp of time and didn't have a watch, so it's hard to keep track of time. That's why some people died of torture. Now that I have experience, I should be able to grasp it better." Wang Chen turned to Daoist Jiang and said, "Let's go through it first. As for the questions, I'll ask you later." Daoist Jiang saw Wang Chen lift the basin to him, and an old Taoist grabbed his hair. He said in horror, "Wait, what do you want to ask?" "I'll tell you now. I'll tell you now." Don't. Wang Chen said calmly, don't worry. It's useless to worry. Let's go through it first. If there's something, you can tell me when I ask you." Sure, Shigong nodded and said, "That's right. Let's go through it first." Then Daoist Jiang felt someone was pulling his scalp until it went numb. A strong force pressed his head into the basin, and the cold water splashed on his face. Daoist Jiang struggled violently, but Wang Chen and Shigong held him firmly. Wang Chen counted silently, 1, 2, 3. It was as if he was not torturing but completing a mission. Daoist Jiang's violent struggle consumed the oxygen in his blood quickly. In less than 50 strokes, he couldn't help but open his mouth to breathe and swallow hard. A large amount of water was sucked into his stomach, lungs, trachea, and bronchus, causing a strong stimulation that made him cough and vomit. But coughing in the water only made the water rush into his trachea faster. Daoist Jiang's hands, which were held down, began to struggle like a dehydrated fish. His legs kicked wildly, and he tasted the pain of his lungs and trachea burning. The little Taoist sat on his feet to prevent him from knocking over the basin. Chapter 829. After the water torture, Taoist Jiang was like a frightened bird. He kept shouting, "I'll talk, I'll talk." Wang Qin never expected that an official Taoist of the Shangqing Palace, a Taoist who had supernatural power, could be so weak. He could even go through the torture several times for those injured outer disciples. He could only sigh with emotion. It seemed that practicing martial arts could really strengthen one's willpower. He had to kindly comfort him. "Abbot Jiang, you can think about it now and sort out your memory. But the water torture, we still have to go through it. It will be over soon." Wang Chan moved a chair and a stool that had been simply modified. A wooden stake was installed vertically on the other end of the stool. This was the traditional culture that Wang Chen learned from movies and TV shows that reflected the cruelty of the old society. It was called the tiger stool. In the early years of the party's development, it was quite famous. The so-called people made of special materials came from it. Wang Qin didn't believe that the religious people and landlords in the old society could be more powerful than the members of a certain party. When Taoist Jiang was tied to the stool, he probably hadn't seen such a traditional culture, so he could still ask Wang Qin, "What on earth do you want to ask?" "You don't want to ask anything. You can't do this. You can't do this. You lunatic." "Ah." Wang Qin began to add bricks under Taoist Jiang's heel. Hearing Taoist Jiang's screams, Wang Qin took out those balls and put them on him under Taoist Jiang's terrified eyes. Then he comforted him with kind words. "This is to prevent you from biting your tongue. Don't worry. Our punishment won't threaten your life. More than anyone else, we want you to live a healthy life. The punishment is to make you suffer, not to torture you. Do you understand?" Taoist Jiang looked at him in horror. Wang Chen pressed Jiang Taichung's head and sighed with emotion. "Long live your understanding. I purposely drilled a few holes in your mouth, not to make you drool. I'm not that disgusting. I did it so that when the water is flushed, it can be poured in. So, this is not an insult to your character. I absolutely understand other people's character." Taoist Jiang's face was covered with saliva and snot. He widened his eyes and looked at him in horror. Wang Chen waited for Division Master Gong to add a few more bricks. When he saw Division Master Gong nod at him, Wang Chen knew this was the limit of the tiger stool. If it was raised any higher, it would hurt Taoist Jiang's body. He waited quietly for a while. To Taoist Jiang, this period of time was as long as a century. Then, Wang Chen took out a soft cotton cloth used to wipe sweat and gently covered Taoist Jiang's face. He picked up the kettle and shook the ice inside. Then he began to pour water into the kettle unhurriedly. Taoist Jiang's body began to struggle violently again after a long time of endless pain. Taoist Jiang was finally dragged to a modified wooden armchair. Wang Chen sat opposite him and said with a gentle smile, "Now, let's start with the questions. Did you report to the Qing Palace that there are Taoists from Lower Maoshan hiding in the righteous manner?" Taoist Jiang, who was sitting across from him, was trembling all over as he answered, "Yes. Please tell me again about the conversation you had with the little Taoist from the righteous manner, who is also Taoist Shi's little disciple." Taoist Jiang had been very obedient under Wang Chen's training in the first few rounds. In the last round of torture, Wang Chen even made him memorize the outline of the conversation, including how to state it, what to say, and what grammar to use. He had already memorized all of it. Therefore, Taoist Jiang answered very obediently. That day, on the 11th day of the 9th month of the Gowei-Chou year, it was at noon, no, a quarter before noon. According to Taoist Jiang's confession, he reported this matter to the Qing Palace. The Golden Court Elixir Imperial Talisman of the Qing Dynasty is a secret technique of the Qing Palace. Its advantage is that it is cheap and easy to use. Although the heavenly hearing and earthly vision talisman can transmit sound and even images, it is a divine talisman that can only be refined by Taoists in the Taoist realm. However, the Golden Court Elixir Imperial Talisman of the Qing Palace can be refined by Taoists, but it can only transmit about 50 characters. According to Taoist Jiang's confession, The full text is as follows. The news sent by Taoist Jiang had already been read by Taoist Palace, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Although the higher-ups had guessed the identity of the Taoists from Mao Mountain, the information about the ancestral treasure revealed by his little disciple was vague and unclear. Perhaps Taoist Jiang himself did not dare to guess that the magic weapon in the hands of the two orphans in the righteous manor was the most precious treasure of Lower Mao Shan, the ancestral robe of Duke Jiao, an ancient magic weapon. Not only did Wang Qin get the reply from the Qing Palace through torture, but he also made Taoist Jiang confess a lot of information about the Qing Palace and asked him to guess who was coming. In the end, the information obtained was relatively complete. There are only 5 people from the Qing Palace this time. The lowest rank is Taoist Jiang, who is led by a Taoist, but the identities of the 4 Taoists are unknown. But the Qing Palace has told us that the Taoist is a Taoist of the Qing Palace with the surname Yun, Taoist Jiang's martial uncle. His Taoist name is Yunlu, and his secular surname is Guo Yunlu. His date of birth is unknown. He joined the Qing Palace in the 3rd year of the Wanli calendar. He is good at talisman magic and martial arts. When he was young, he practiced the southern boxing. Later, his Taoist magic manifested, and he mastered the northern true thunder dragon-chopping hand. He is the best among the Taoists in the Qing Palace. When he heard this, Taoist Palace was on the verge of collapsing. He said in a daze, "They actually sent Taoists here? They actually sent Taoists here? We're just a threat. Why would they do this? How vicious is the Qing Palace of Mao Mountain?" Almost in despair, Taoist Palace was about to rush forward and kill Taoist Jiang with his palm. But Wang Qin stopped him. "Stop panicking. You're at a loss as soon as you hear the identity of the enemy? Where is your sense of propriety? If it's a Taoist who comes, are you going to surrender yourself?" Instinctively, Taoist Palace still obeyed the order of Wang Qin, the young patriarch. He was stunned and stood there in a daze. Wang Qin continued, "Guo Yunlu is a Taoist with a high status in the Qing Palace. This time, he's here to wipe out the remnants of Mao Mountain. It's just along the way. Although the ancestral court of Mao Mountain is in Mao Mountain, you guys have a grudge against the Qing Palace and set up a sect in Mount Luofu in Guangdong Province. Later, after the Qing Palace plotted against you guys, they also took over Mount Luofu. This time, the Chuanjin sect in the north is going to invade the south. In order to protect their escape route, the Qing Palace sent Guo Yunlu south to Mount Luofu to officially open the gate of Mao Mountain in southeast. So we're actually so unlucky? Does the heavens want me to leave Mao Mountain?" Taoist Palace said in grief and indignation. "There are still 5 days before Guo Yunlu and the others come here. We still have a way out." Before Wang Qin could finish, Taoist Palace shook his head and said, "There's no way out, Patriarch. If a Taoist comes here, we won't be able to hide the fact that we've buried the treasure of our Patriarch. A Taoist knows life and death, observes the destiny of heaven, observes the minutest details and calculates everything. The treasure of our Patriarch is gone. Even if I have to die here, I can't sit back and watch the treasure of our Patriarch fall into the hands of others." Taoist Palace said mournfully, "If the treasure is with us, we'll live. If the treasure is lost, we'll die." Taoist Palace said resolutely. Chapter 830. Has he really fallen out with me? Qin Ong looked around and realized that he was in a secluded forest. He was already at an extremely high place. Looking around, he could see thousands of mountains like halberds and tens of thousands of feet spread out. The plants and trees on his left and right were the 4 seasons, excellent trees, and strange zoysia grass. They were not the same as the mortals. He understood that the Lord had interfered with the process of his return and did not know which world he had been banished to. Chen Ang's various arrangements in the Lord God space eventually triggered the cleaning mechanism of the Lord God space. The Lord God couldn't do anything to him. He could only wait for him to return and then think of a way to kick him out. This world was used by the Lord God to exile him. It was most likely an extremely dangerous world, and it might even make the Lord God suffer. Chin Ong took a glance and went deep into the microscopic origin of this world. Only then did he realize that there were no atoms or molecules in this world. It was all formed by qi. Vital qi created the world, and qi formed the world. This was the most orthodox worldview of the immortal Tao. He felt that he was incompatible with this world. He smiled slightly, and with a turn, he recovered his heavenly river Dharma power and changed into a Taoist priest attire. At this moment, a song suddenly sounded in front of him. Watching the chess game, chopping wood, walking slowly at the entrance of the valley by the cloud, selling firewood for wine, laughing wildly to cultivate one's love, facing the moon and resting at the roots, one sleeps until dawn. Chen Ong came to a realization. So it's a world created by the Tai Ching perfected. The Lord is indeed sinister. He wants to use the Tai Ching to get rid of me. It's a pity that the Tai Ching does nothing. As the saying goes, there is no prohibition. Why would he make things difficult for me? He would probably just find it interesting. Among the three pure ones, the Tai Ching did nothing. The world he created did not have a tight karma net like the world of Shushan. That sect master Qin and the Tai Ching were both sect master saints. It would probably be more convenient for Qinong to be here. After singing once, Qinong saw a woodcutter with a bamboo hat on his head, dressed in cloth clothes and holding a steel axe in his hand. He turned around quietly and was suddenly stopped by a macaque halfway down the mountain. The man and the monkey kept talking there. Qinong felt a little emotional. In the world created by perfected Tai Ching, the divine Tao was superior to the human Tao. It was really not what he wanted. In this world, the path of godhood was superior to that of humanity. Smelting, farming, and customs were all interfered with by the gods. Perhaps it had long deviated from the path of development of humanity. That was why there were things like woodcutters using steel axes in the mountains during the spring and autumn period. In this world where gods interfered with everything, one really could not use the common sense of those worlds where humanity flourished. Perhaps the rise and fall of dynasties and the pattern of humanity were all affected by the path of godhood. The macaque in front talked about the woodcutter for a long time before turning around to go up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, he saw a Taoist dressed in feathered robes and wearing a starry crown. His face was like jade as he looked out of the mountain endlessly. The mist between the peaks churned and landed under the Taoist's feet, making him look like a celestial being. The macaque hurriedly went up and asked, Old immortal, disciple is going to. Chen Ong smiled at him and shook his head. You macaque, why are you calling everyone immortal? Did you think that I didn't hear you asking the woodcutter down there? At this moment, the macaque didn't have a name and only had a nickname. It was called the Monkey King. It mimicked humans and bowed. Old immortal, since you heard it, then allow me to explain. I'm a disciple from the East Seas Ao, Lai, country, who came here to cultivate. I heard from Big Brother Woodcutter that this is Mount Lingtai Fengsuan and there's a patriarch Subhoodie here. He's an old immortal with great achievements in cultivation. I'm not Patriarch Subhoodie. Chin Ong shook his head. However, I've heard of his great name before. He has a cave abode on the mountain called the Cave of 3 Stars, Slanting Moon. Because this name has something to do with an evil sect 10,000 miles to the west. I've never been fond of it. Therefore, I've never had much contact with it. I've only heard that he has many disciples under him and they teach immortals divination, plucking yin and yang, and the ability to harmonize women's breasts. With this kind of fake cultivation, how can you enter the real sect? Chan Ong looked at the macaque and shook his head. Could it be that you, a macaque, are also willing to imitate humans and consume human milk, plucking yin to nourish yang? I've heard that apes and monkeys are lustful. There are often demons who become famous and go around abducting beautiful women. Some are called Shen Changong, some are called Saling, and there are also people like Zhou, Jia, and Bofu. They're extremely lecherous. The courageous male monkeys call themselves the omnipotent sage, Monkey King, and the female monkeys call themselves Old Mother of Mountly. Do you want to learn from them?" The macaque said, I don't dare. Disciple is a proper cultivator and doesn't dare to have such messy thoughts. Then what do you want to learn? Qianong asked with a serious expression. The macaque bowed his head and said, Disciple was originally a stone monkey in the mountain. I played and played all day, plucking flowers and fruits, living a carefree life. After a long time, I saw the old monkey in the mountain die of old age. Only then did I realize that there's a great terror between life and death. Thus, the desire to pursue immortality was born. I came all the way from Ao-like country just for the sake of immortality. I begged the old immortal to give me 1 or 2 pointers. The art of immortality. Qianong said ruefully, the highest class eats fruits, the middle class becomes an official, and only the lowest class seeks the Tao. You came here, seeking fish from a tree. The macaque heard that there were 3 classes of immortality. He had bitterly sought immortality for more than 10 years, but it was like the moon in the water or the flower in the mirror. Now that he asked, he was overjoyed. He kowtowed and asked, Teacher, please enlighten me. Qianong said, Go west to the 5th Manor Monastery of Longevity Mountain. There's an expert called Zhen Yuanzi. His family has a ginseng fruit tree. If one is fated to obtain the fruit and smell it, they can live 360 years. If one eats it, they can live 47,000 years. High up in the sky, where the jade pool of the Queen Mother is, there are 3,600 immortal peach trees. In front, there are 1,200 immortal peach trees. The flowers and fruits are small and mature once every 3,000 years. If one eats them, he can become an immortal. In the middle, there are 1,200 immortal peach trees. They ripen once every 6,000 years. If one eats them, he can ascend and become immortal. At the back, there are 1,200 immortal peach trees. They have purple marks and fine seeds. They ripen once every 9,000 years. If one eats them, he can live as long as heaven and earth. There's also the zoysia horse, immortal grass, and fleece flower ginseng. They can prolong one's life. If one eats them, they can become immortals. The macaque was fascinated. For a moment, he couldn't control himself. The macaque liked to eat peaches. How could he hold himself back after hearing such a good thing? He hurriedly asked, Teacher, can you tell me, how can I eat the immortal peach? About this, Qianong hesitated. Normal people can't eat it. You have to wait for the celestial heavens celebration, when the Queen Mother Jade Emperor invites the immortals of the 9 heavens and 10 lands to hold the immortal peach sacred meeting. It's not something normal people can eat. Only immortals can eat it. That's why I said after a middle-class official registers as an immortal, not only can he ascend and become immortal, he can also participate in the immortal peach feast. If he's lucky enough to eat a peach, what's the point of learning? His lifespan will be the same as the heavens. The macaque was confused. He counted with his fingers. Only immortals can eat the immortal peach? But aren't immortals immortal? If I want to eat the immortal peach, I have to become an immortal. But if I become an immortal, why would I still eat the immortal peach? Those immortals are immortal. They eat the immortal peach. Old immortal, you're making me confused. What's there to be confused about? Qianong calculated for him. It's like a mortal. If he wants to become an official, he first needs an official to recommend him. If he has an official's recommendation, he would already be an official. It's you people who have nothing to do with being an official. Immortals don't need to eat the immortal peach. Those who need to eat the immortal peach can't eat it. The macaque flew into a rage. He scolded, What a bastard of immortals! They're all immortal, and they're still fighting with us for the immortal peach. Old immortal, where is the 5th Manor Temple? What are you going there for? Qianong asked. Are you going to ask for a ginseng fruit to eat? The macaque nodded and said, The sky is so high that I can't see the bottom, and the Jasper Lake is so high that I don't have the ability to go there. The fifth manor monastery is closer. If that great deity Jinyuan is a kind person, I'll ask him for a ginseng fruit to eat. If he's like those immortals, I'll steal one. If I can steal two, I'll give you half. Chun Ong said with a smile, Do you know how powerful Zhen Yuanzi is? You want to steal his ginseng fruit to eat? Let me tell you how to become an official. Chen Ong said, 3 tribulations and 9 tribulations. Let's not talk about him. This is heaven and earth coming to kill you. Just talking about becoming an official in the celestial court's spirited mountain. There will be countless tribulations. For those with lower ranks, there will be hundreds of tribulations. For those with higher ranks, there will be millions of tribulations. That would require an immeasurable amount of tribulations, the hacking of sabers and axes, the bombardment of lightning and the burning of fire. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The macaque was so frightened that he held his breath and asked in horror, Do all the immortals in the celestial heavens cultivate like this? How can there be so many immortals with such suffering? That's not it. Chun Ong said with a smile, How can anyone become an immortal with such suffering? Of course they buy and sell positions, curry favor, get help from friends and family, or wait for immortals to admire you and help you become immortals. There are also the kind people in the human world. After reincarnating into the celestial Tao, they will become immortals in the celestial heavens. If they are lucky enough to serve an immortal, they will reach out and help you, and you can become an immortal too. There are also people who kill and set fires, become demons, train demon soldiers, form camps, and patrol the mountains. After gathering in the forest, they will wait for the immortals in the heavens to come and recruit you. In order to calm the situation, they will give you a small official position, and you will become an immortal or a Buddha, an official or a general. Looking at the dumbfounded monkey, Chen Ong shook his head and said, You can't do this. Even if you are lucky enough to become an immortal, you will offend your colleagues, be framed, or violate the heavenly rules. You will only end up walking on the immortal slaying platform. It is better to go to the human world and train for tens of years. I see that you have more than half of your lifespan left. Go to the human world and be an official for 100 years. Settle the various dojos of the celestial heavens in the human world, and then find a chance to go up. 2 of the monkey's 3 souls had left, and 3 of its 6 spirits had scattered. After listening to Chun Ong talk about the celestial heavens' official matters, it unknowingly followed him to the mountain. From afar, it saw a cave abode with the aura of an immortal. It was extraordinary, and on its left was a stone tablet with the words, Mount Lingtai Fongsuan, Cave of Slanting Moon, and 3 stars. The monkey knew that they had reached the place, but it wasn't very happy. It saw a boy standing at the entrance of the cave abode, but it didn't rush over. Instead, it grabbed onto Chanang's clothes and asked, This boy is handsome and extraordinary, and he has accompanied the immortals. Can he become an immortal? Chun Ong looked straight at the boy and divined his past and present lives, seeing through his internal organs. He shook his head and said, He hasn't shed his mortal bones. In the future, he will only be a Taoist with some abilities. He won't be able to become an immortal. The macaque rushed over and asked, You are disturbing the celestial boy. The boy said seriously, Are you the one who came to visit the Tao? Why did you make me wait for so long? Quickly come with me to meet the patriarch. The macaque apologized. I'm here to learn the art of immortality. May I ask the celestial boy, can you become an immortal? Chapter 831. Don't panic, don't panic. After the monkey heard the words, it wasn't as respectful towards the boy anymore. It shot towards Chanang's side and immediately bowed. Ancestor, please give me some pointers. I'm a stone monkey born from the heavens and without any parents. Do I have any hope of attaining enlightenment? Chun Ong closed his eyes and raised his head, not saying a word. The ruffian monkey begged, and Chenong sighed. I thought you were smart. Since I didn't say anything, it means that it's as hard as ascending to the heavens. You're just a wild monkey with no background and have never made friends with heroes from all over the world. You're not a guest of the Dragon Palace and have no fate with heavenly troops and generals. You're not familiar with Xianzhen from the Three Mountains Grotto Heavens, and the star lords and constellations in the heavens aren't close to you. You've never burned your fingers to worship Buddha. In your past life and this life, there aren't any deities that can be related to you. Go away, go away. With such a background, how can I attain enlightenment and become a deity? Why don't you learn some skills and gather in the forest, raise flags and rebel, waiting for the recruitment? The ruffian monkey cried out 3 times, like the cry of an ape. After crying, it pulled its sleeves to wipe its tears and asked, I'm not fated to obtain such a high-grade art of longevity. I can only fight for my own birth and seek for a low-grade art of longevity. I would like to ask, Patriarch, how should this disciple obtain the most inferior technique of immortality? Chun-Ong calculated with his fingers and said with a smile, This is a low-level art of longevity, but it's the easiest to cultivate. I'll let you know that in the vast world of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, there are many demons who have cultivated the art of longevity. It's nothing more than a small Tao of breathing in and out the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and worshipping the essence of the sun and moon. You can wander in the wild and seek refuge with a big demon who has matured. The monkey bowed. Can such a low-grade art of longevity lead to longevity? Chun-Ong sighed softly. It's like the soil in the kiln. It looks good, but it can't withstand the wind and rain. The monkey scratched its ears and asked, How can it be like the soil in the kiln? Longevity e air. However, as long as a living being matured, it would defy the common sense of life and death. Every 500 years, heaven and earth would come to kill you. In the first 500 years, the heavens would send down a lightning disaster to strike you. You had to know your own nature and heart and avoid it in advance. If you could avoid it, you would be free for another 500 years. If you couldn't avoid it, you would die. After another 500 years, the heavens would send fire to burn you. This is not an ordinary fire. It's not a yang fire. It's a yin fire that cuts through the bones and scatters the soul. It's a yin fire that can burn your internal organs into ashes. It's burning from your Yongquan acupoint. It's burning straight through your Ni Yuan Gong. It's dangerous, very dangerous. After dodging this second calamity, there is still 500 years to go. A gust of cold wind will blow from the fontanelle into the 6 organs, pass through the dantian, and penetrate the 9 orifices. The bones and flesh will be thinned, and the body will know it. These 3 calamities are difficult to deal with. In the mortal world, you've often heard of a lightning strike from a clear sky, killing the strange beasts in the mountains. That was the demon that couldn't avoid the 3 calamities. Her painstaking cultivation turned into ashes, and all her abilities turned into dust. In other words, the demon's art of longevity is like the soil of a kiln. It looks like that, but when the wind and rain poured on it, it would turn into mud, and there would be no results. When the monkey heard about the 3 calamities, he was so frightened that his heart trembled. He begged, Teacher, how can you bear to see your disciple without results? Longevity, I don't want to cultivate it. I don't want to cultivate it. Please teach me how to avoid the calamities and achieve longevity so that I can avoid the 3 calamities and have a chance to achieve enlightenment. I also know how to avoid the 3 calamities. Chun-Ong was worried and said softly, Why are you begging me? Look at that celestial child. He has received Su Puti's decree and is waiting for you at the door. You can tell that Su Puti has the heart to help you. His family had their own art of transformation. 1 transformation was equivalent to 1 life. The 36 heavenly spirits were equivalent to 36 lives. The 72 earthly fiends were equivalent to 72 lives. How many lives could the 3 calamities harm? What can I do? The monkey was stunned. It turned its head to look at the boy, only to see the boy frowning. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction as he thought to himself, "Bitter! I haven't even entered the sect yet, and I've already offended senior brother. What should I do?" The monkey first looked at Chen Ang's expression, only to see that Chen Ang's expression was as calm as still water. There was no expression on his face. The stone monkey was born with innate intelligence. When it first entered the world, it had gone through many trials and tribulations. Its intelligence was still not as unruly and arrogant as it would be in the future. It naturally knew what was good and what was bad. When it saw Chen Ang's expression, it suddenly felt enlightened. It bowed and said, "There's no need to beg two masters for the same thing. That Patriarch Subhuti is extremely powerful and has the Tao of immortals. When did he ever guide me? Patriarch's teachings are pure, and he is naturally an expert. Why should I give up what's near and seek what's far away? Patriarch, please be merciful and guide this disciple." Chen Ang smiled and said, "You shameless monkey. Do you know how great of an opportunity you've missed out on? Patriarch Subhuti has over 3,000 disciples, but only a few of them have received his teachings. Now that he has sent people to take you in, you'll definitely be entrusted with his teachings in the future. You've already gained his favor. If I block his door again, it'll be like I'm intercepting his disciple. I'll feel really embarrassed. This Patriarch Subhuti is also one of the top experts in the 3 realms. It's just that he doesn't want to reveal his background. If you go to his place, you'll be able to learn great abilities. Although he definitely won't allow you to reveal your background, it'll still be an incredible opportunity if you don't have a good relationship with him. Let me make things clear. Think about it carefully, lest you regret it in the future and make me look bad." The stone monkey was extremely quick-witted. Hesitation was a great taboo for cultivators. He refused to follow the child and had already offended Patriarch Subhuti. Now that he had lost his sense of responsibility, who would be willing to guide such a disciple? He immediately said, "I'm not going to repent. I'm not going to repent. Teacher, please take me in." A faint sigh rang out from the cave of crescent 3 stars. A golden light flew out and Chanong caught it. It was a golden Bodhi seed. He smiled and said, "This monkey is really lucky. Although you've abandoned Subhuti, he took pity on your aptitude and gave you the Bodhi seed. Poor me! I've offended my neighbor and don't have the face to continue staying in this Lingtai, Fengsuan mountain." After saying that, he gave the Bodhi seed to the stone monkey. He then said, "I've obtained the art of longevity and have a few techniques to tell you. You'll be able to differentiate them yourself. You naturally don't want to learn the art of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. I'm also proficient in the art of transformation, but there are only 9 transformations. I don't take the form of animals, only the changes of the universe. The Tao has the 5 grand of Khanate. Taking the number as 5, I'll take the 9 and give you 9 lives." The stone monkey said, "I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to learn." Chen Ong reminded it, "Slow down. I haven't finished speaking, and you've already answered. Do you know that there are hidden dangers that I haven't told you?" The stone monkey didn't dare to snatch it away and listened quietly to Chen Ong. Although this art of transformation can avoid the 3 calamities, it's a legal longevity, and there are endless hidden dangers. The monkey said in surprise, "Patriarch, I'm an honest monkey. I don't understand the saying in the city. What is illegal longevity?" Chapter 832. The 100 Monkey didn't expect such a thing to happen. He scratched his ears and said, "Ancestor, do you have a solution? There are so many demons in this world, each of them hundreds and thousands of years old. Didn't you see King of Hell looking for trouble with them? That's because those demons defeated the ghost messengers and chased away the black and white impermanents. They are all powerful, so how would the ghost messengers dare to send people to capture them? Furthermore, there are also connections in the world of demons. Even the king of hell can't afford to offend those old demons who call themselves saints and ancestors. If they were to get angry, the earth would shake and the mountains would shake. No emissary of hell would dare to take the lives of the demon armies and demon kingdoms under their protection. 10,000 miles to the west, there is the Lion Camel Country. It is 800 miles wide and has 48,000 demons. With the protection of the great demons, Yanjun won't dare to kill them, and the gods won't dare to subdue the demons. Although it's a legal immortality, it's still very carefree. The stone monkey yearned and asked, "This illegal immortality sounds good. May I ask, ancestor, what are the hidden dangers?" "Ha ha ha ha," Chen Ong laughed and said, "If that's the case, they will really be demons. What do you think is a demon? Those who go against the celestial heavens, don't follow the spiritual mountain, and go against the laws of the gods are demons. Who cares if you are a human, ghost, monkey, ox, lion, rock, flood dragon, or leopard? As long as you have a celestial record, you will be able to follow the spiritual mountain of the celestial heavens and enter the divine Tao system. If you don't enter the system and go against the celestial heavens, you will be a demon. Do you really think that no one will come to slay the demons? The celestial heavens will launch a calamity to slay the demons. When the time comes, they will gather millions of troops, and the sky will be filled with gods. If they beat the young ones, the old ones will come. If they beat the celestial generals, the star lords will come. After chasing the star lords away, the Bodhisattva will come. Behind the Bodhisattva there will be Buddha. The celestial heavens and spiritual mountain will collude together. No matter how arrogant the demons are, can they push down the Buddha's lotus seat? Therefore, don't look at the demons making a ruckus. In the future, when the heavenly courts pull out a list, all of them will suffer a calamity or be taken in as mounts and pets. This is another wonderful thing about enlisting them. The monkey was dumbfounded and said, "These demons, aren't they because they eat humans?" "Haha." Chen Ong smiled again and said, "Although demons that don't eat humans are rare, it's not like they don't exist. Many demons either have righteous intentions or have a pure nature, so they don't eat humans to do evil. But if they want to live forever, they have to chase away and avoid the messengers of hell. If they avoid the messengers of hell, they are demons. What's more, don't be fooled by the solemn, dignified, and well-respected deities of today. Before they became immortals, did they not eat humans? In the West, Mahamiri could eat 100,000 people in a country with a single mouth. In this world, how many monsters could be as savage as him? Those who have immortal records are immortals. Those who don't have immortal records and still oppose the heavenly court's spirited mountain are demons. Of course, when you become a deity, you have to be restrained by the laws of heaven. You can't eat humans anymore." The stone monkey said dejectedly, "I can't become a deity. Could it be that everyone in this world who wants to live forever has to become a demon? How many of the cultivators in the world are there in terms of wisdom? They were able to create a way to evade the 3 disasters, much less evade the book of life and death. This is another way to live forever." Chenong said, "It's called the undead immortal. Any human cultivator who hasn't obtained an immortal record before the end of their lifespan and doesn't want to reincarnate lest they turn into dust after cultivating for a lifetime must cultivate the undead immortal method. Refine your own soul into a godlike spirit and call it the primordial spirit. Calculate a good date and wait until the ghost messenger comes, either by using fellow Taoists to fight or by using the calamity of heaven and earth. You can escape without anyone noticing. Leave the corpse there. If the ghost messenger sees it, they will think that the person's soul has dissipated. Go back and report. Let the judge write off the name. Then, when you come back, you can either enter the corpse again or take over the corpse. You can borrow the staff, clothes, and sword to escape. From then on, you won't have a name in the book of life and death and will be called an undead immortal, also known as an itinerant immortal. After becoming an itinerant immortal, You can go to the 3 mountains and 5 mountains where the itinerant immortals gather to continue cultivating and live in seclusion. When you have the opportunity to find 2 or 3 good friends in the heavenly court, you will receive enlightenment and enter the immortal record. This is a good idea. This is a good idea. The stone monkey scratched his ears and cheeks, unable to contain his joy. If you can't enter the immortal record, you will eventually turn into dust. What's so good about that? Chin Ang's expression darkened. You see itinerant immortals living freely in the world, but they are actually just stray dogs. They live in the shadow of the heavenly court and have to suck up to the immortals, begging them to help them in the future. They even hide their heads and show their tails, afraid that they will be noticed by the heavenly court. When the great tribulation comes, have you not turned into dust among the itinerant immortals? Of course, the cultivators in the human world are no longer like the itinerant immortals of the past who have no backing. The seniors before them became immortals and ancestors and also had connections in the heavenly court. The 4 great heavenly masters are their backers in the heavenly court. They just have to wait for the heavenly court's establishment. When the time comes, they can become immortals with a heavenly decree. Although such itinerant immortals can still be called itinerant immortals, they are actually preparatory immortals for the heavenly court. Even the king of hell won't find trouble with them. They just have to hide in their grotto heavens and don't need to be dismembered. They can just wait to become immortals. Such itinerant immortals with connections have their legacies orderly, forming their own sects and calling themselves righteous sections. They disdain to be mentioned in the same breath as the itinerant immortals of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks overseas. These people who are preparing for the immortal record gradually stopped being called itinerant immortals. Later on, the itinerant immortals took on human characters and called them human immortals. They are also considered as part of the 5 immortal fruits. The stone monkey was flabbergasted and stuttered. This disciple didn't know that there was such a thing. Teacher, what exactly is the 5 immortal fruits that you speak of? How many of them are there in the world? There are only 5 of them in the world. They aren't cultivation, divine arts, or magical powers, but establishment. They are commonly known as official positions. There are 5 immortals in the heavenly cycle. They are heaven, earth, God, human, and ghost. I've told you before that human immortals are merely preparatory immortals. In that case, the other 4 immortals have something to say. Heavenly immortals and divine immortals are all immortals of the heavenly heavens. It's just that their positions are different. Those who are in charge of running the world are divine immortals, such as the dragon kings of the 4 seas and the various star sovereigns. And the ones under Yen Jun in the netherworld are ghost immortals. As for the earth spirit, it's Zenyuanzi from the 5 Manor Monastery on the Longevity Mountain. His seniority is high, and he's in the earth spirit tree. He's not an immortal of the heavenly heavens, but he can protect people for longevity. It's not easy for the Jade Emperor to manage him, so he can only confer an earth spirit ancestor. Those earth spirits who are under Zenyuanzi's protection can enter the heaven and earth treasure mirror and obtain the earth spirit book. They will be known as earth immortals. They will be the most carefree and carefree, but they have to mind their own business. The stone monkey bowed and said, "This disciple heard that the Gautama Buddha from the Western Paradise leads all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Vajras. He's also an extremely good righteous fruit. Why doesn't he become one of the 5 immortals? Why doesn't he become one of the 5 immortals?" Chin Ong smiled and said, "Don't forget that those human immortals are just immortals to make up the numbers. How can they be considered as righteous fruits? I'll let you know that the Western Paradise's mystical mountain also has a line of immortals. They're called the Daju Golden Immortal, and you can just call them Golden Immortals. There are actually 6 types of 5 immortals in the heavenly cycle, and they're the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's just that the Golden Immortal line isn't under the Jade Emperor's control. Therefore, he didn't mention it and didn't want to embarrass him. That's why he mentioned the preparatory immortals as well, to make up for the title of human immortal. The stone monkey thought about these 5 righteous fruits and gradually became a little infatuated. After a long time, he said in a sorrowful voice, "We're born and raised by the heavens. We have no one to rely on. It's so difficult to achieve righteous fruits." He almost cried. He kowtowed to Chinong and said, "Teacher, thank you for enlightening me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find righteous fruits even after searching for 100 years. Chinong sighed and said, "Foolish child, longevity is easy to obtain, but righteous fruits are hard to seek. That's all. I've heard that an elder of the celestial heavens, Taishang Laojun, descended to the mortal world over 80 years ago. He's now under the Emperor of Great Zhou as the administrator of the treasure vault. He's one of the few great virtues in the mortal world. His status in the celestial heavens is extraordinary. If you want to obtain righteous fruits, there's no other option other than him. If you only want to obtain righteous fruits, then go kill and commit arson to be conscripted. I've caused you to offend Subhuti and ruined your future. I'll return you an opportunity. Follow me to meet that old man. I'll ask for a favor from fellow Taoist Grand Pure. I won't let you have no righteous fruits." The stone monkey prostrated on the ground and didn't get up. He said in a sorrowful voice, "Teacher has treated me with great kindness. Why are you chasing me away? Ever since I was born, I've only known about life and death. I've only understood good and evil after going through trials and tribulations. Only after meeting Teacher today did I understand my future. I'm only willing to be a good-for-nothing disciple under Teacher. Other than Teacher, I don't know anyone else. You don't know fellow Taoist Grand Pure's remarkable abilities. This world is your parents, and fellow Taoist Grand Pure is like your parents. How can the kindness of a moment's guidance surpass the virtue of creation? You're still ignorant now, saying such foolish things. In the future, when you understand, you'll come to blame me. Get up." Chun Ong waved his sleeves and wrapped the stone monkey up, rising up into the sky and heading toward Luoyang. Chapter 833. In the 4th year of King Jing of Zhou, there was a civil war in Luoyi. Luoyi was also called Luoyang because it was located on the Luo River. In the 20th year of King Jing of Zhou, King Jing of Zhou wanted to appoint his eldest son, Prince Zichao. However, he failed and the people of Zhou elected King Morning. In the same year, Prince Zichao killed King Morning and established himself. In the 1st year of King Jing of Zhou, Jin supported Prince Zichao as King Jing. In the 4th year of King Jing of Zhou, Jin led its vassals to support King Jing into the capital of the Chu Kingdom. In the same year, Laozi left Luoyi with the books in the treasure room. Since the Zhou dynasty lost to Prince Zichao, Laozi did not have to return. Confucius wanted to offer the books to the Zhou dynasty. His disciple Zilu said, "I heard that there was an old man in the history of the Zhou dynasty who did not have to return." Confucius said, "Good." He went to see Lao Dan again. In the autumn of the 4th year of King Jing of Zhou, Chinong went to Luoyi with the stone monkey. The macaque followed Chinong all the way down to Luoyi on a cloud. Along the way, he saw the vassals fighting and killing each other. The further they went to Luoyi, the more desolate the surroundings became. There were broken walls, broken well railings, broken paths, barren fields, and withered grass. Humans looked like apes. They wore clothes and looked like themselves. Gradually, they felt sad and compassionate. On the other hand, Chun Ong rode on the clouds, climbing over mountains and crossing rivers. Even though the Nanjan section state was extremely vast, Chun Ong managed to cover the path that the macaque had taken years to cover in one day and night. By the time the next day turned dark, he had already reached the outskirts of Luoyi City. At this time, the chaos in the imperial court had just ended, and the traces of war outside Luoyi City had yet to subside. White bones were everywhere, and the fields were barren. Chen Ong was dressed in Taoist robes and entered the city. Surprisingly, no one stopped him. The macaque was wearing clothes and followed behind him like a human. After Chen Ong entered the city, he paused for a moment and looked up at the sky. Then he headed straight for a place in the city. The macaque was puzzled and asked, "How do you know where Lao Dan is in the wilderness?" Looking at the qi in Luoyi, the east is the most expensive. 2 streams of purple qi interweave and rise 30,000 miles high. One is meandering like a dragon, and the other is entrenched like a unicorn. The dragon's head is supported by the white clouds. It can be seen that the saint has white hair and looks like an old man. The Qilin sits on the east side of the Su and Wei 2 constellations, entrenched on the boundary between Ku-A and Lu. The Xian Qi and Jiang Lu 2 stars are in front. It must be born from Lu and came from Qi. I've heard that Confucius, the great sage, was born in Lu state and traveled to Qi state. He was born with an old face and his hair has turned white. The place where the purple air is occupying must be the place where Confucius sought enlightenment from Lao Dan. It's a good chance for you, a macaque. Why don't you quickly follow me there? The macaque was overjoyed and jumped forward to lead the way. At this moment, a bearded man beside him bowed and said, "Sage, please wait. I'm Zi Lu, a disciple of the headmaster. I've just heard that you're a sage in astronomy, and you're good at observing the qi. You must be a sage in the world. I'd like to introduce you to the headmaster." With Zi Lu leading the way, Chen Ong took the stone monkey and went straight to the place where Lao Dan lived. Along the way, Zi Lu consulted Chen Ong several times and learned that Chen Ong knew everything about astronomy and geography, as well as the languages of various countries. Thus, he respected Chen Ong even more. When they arrived outside the thatched cottage, he first apologized to Chen Ong and then went into the thatched cottage to invite the 2 saints out. Chen Ong did not stand there for long. The monkey was not a stable person. Fortunately, he was well-mannered now and restrained himself reluctantly. However, the monkey's nature did not change. It was inevitable that he winked at Chen Ong. After a while, someone came out of the thatched cottage. The one walking in front was a handsome old man with a mysterious appearance. He had yellow and white hair, long eyebrows, long ears, big eyes, sparse teeth, square mouth, and thick lips. Behind him was a middle-aged man. His head was on the top of the polder, and he was taller than ordinary people. Zi Lu followed behind the 2 of them, like a disciple. Rarely, Chen Ong first went forward and bowed respectfully. "I, Chen Ong, pay my respects to the 2 great sages, Lao Dan and Confucius." He then bowed to Lao Dan and said, "Greetings, immortal Tai Ching." The macaque followed behind. He was enlightened and also bowed to Lao Dan. Confucius' clothes were neat and tidy. He returned the greeting as well. Lao Dan only nodded his head and smiled, showing the difference in their temperament. After the 3 of them entered the thatched cottage, the macaque secretly asked. When teacher met Patriarch Subhuti, he didn't show any courtesy and spoke with disdain. Why did he bow to these 2 mortals today? Why did he bow to Lao Dan first, and then half a bow to them? Subhuti is just my junior. How can he be worthy of my bow? Chen Ong smiled and said, "He's just a righteous person who has some affinity with the same Tao. I'll bow to Lao Dan twice. First, I'll pay respect to Lao Dan. Then, I'll pay respect to Tai Ching. Since immortal Tai Ching is my sage, he naturally deserves my bow. Although immortal Tai Ching is great, he's just a fellow Tao practitioner. He's not worthy of my bow yet. I can only pay him half a bow." Of course, the stone monkey did not know that the first half of the bow was performed by Chen Ong, a Han Chinese. He was paying respect to the sages. The second half of the bow was performed by Chen Ong on behalf of Cult Master Chin. Cult Master Chin and immortal Tai Ching were the same Tao practitioners. It was only because he came to the world created by immortal Tai Ching that he paid respect to Chen Ong as his master. Lao Dan only nodded his head because he did not treat Chen Ong as Cult Master Chin. Although it was already late that day, The three of them still sat down and discussed Tao. They talked for a while until the oil lamp was dim, and it was difficult for them to walk. The three of them discussed Tao for 3 days. When they were thirsty, Lu fetched spring water from the ancient well in the city. When they were hungry, the macaque went to pick wild fruits nearby. Together with Lu, they cooked the corn for Lao Dan's thatched hut and the cured meat brought by Kong Chiu. The macaque had a hard time. He had to clean the thatched hut, carry water and pulp with Lu, start a fire and cook with Lu. He also had to study and practice calligraphy with Lu and listen to the teachings of Lao Dan, Kong Chiu, and Chenong. Among the three of them, one had no self, one had no divine power, and the last was a nameless sage. Among the three of them, Lao Dan, Kong Chiu, and Chenong, which one of them wasn't the wisest person in this world? One was a Taoist Daozu, the other was a Confucian master, and the last one used civilization as a chessboard. He wrote in his heart and experimented with the development of civilization. His behavior was insane, but the wisdom that he gained from this could be said to be profound and perfect. There was nothing fake about it. When they talked about the way of governing a country, Lu was fascinated. When they talked about morality and etiquette, Lu was so excited that he forgot himself. Although the macaque was listening to the most exquisite theories of the 3 religions, he was confused most of the time because he didn't know the human way. Only when the 3 of them talked about the heaven and earth, the universe, the creation of nature, and the Tao of all things, he could understand the beauty of it and was overjoyed. He was a psychic stone monkey, so his intelligence and comprehension were indeed excellent. However, he couldn't change his monkey nature, which delayed him from becoming a talent that carried the Tao. Although Kong Chiu was a sage, he spent most of his energy on the human way. He was not as knowledgeable as Lao Dan, the incarnation of the Tai Ching Jinren who created the heaven and earth. Not to mention Chenong, whose incarnations were either the celestial cult leader, the god of gods, or the seekers of natural science, who were insane. Later on, he talked less and listened more. He had another kind of wisdom. Although the stone monkey did not understand much about the human way, he learned from Kong Chiu to be like a human, Lao Dan to be as merciful as a god, and Cheneng's bestial nature had yet to be shed, which added to his demonic nature. On the surface, he was a man who knew etiquette and was a talent that carried the Tao. However, he was rebellious inside and had a demonic nature that disregarded everything. As the saying goes, gods, demons, humans, and monkeys are all me, and I'm not the Monkey King. One day, Tai Ching Jinren saw the macaque sweeping outside the door and suddenly called it in. The stone monkey knelt on the ground, only to hear Tai Ching Jinren sing, "I have some fate with you. I've already understood Qin Dao's intention. Let me ask you, what's your surname?" The macaque raised its head and said hesitantly, "I'm a monkey raised by the heavens. How can I have a name? I only hope that teacher will reward me with a name when you see me being diligent and alert." After saying that, it looked at Chun Ong eagerly. Chun Ong secretly shook his head and said angrily, "Why are you looking at me? I've already said that the person in front of you is half a parent to you. Why can't your surname be Sun?" The macaque's expression changed drastically. "Are you saying that I'm old? I'm still a little monkey, and I only want to live forever. If I have this surname, when people call me king, they will add the word old and become Old King. When they call me Monkey Macaque, I will become Old Monkey, Old Macaque. My seniority is 1 generation higher than mine. Won't my children laugh at me if I go out to sea to learn the art of immortality? It's an inauspicious sign." Tai Ching Jinren smiled and said, "Since you don't want your surname to be old, and you want to live forever, then your surname shall be Sun." Chapter 834. After the stone monkey received its name, it was elated and excited. It first bowed to Chenong to express its gratitude, then paid its respects to Reverend Tai Ching. The saints of the 3 sects discussed the Tao for 10 days. The Monkey King learned etiquette and ethics from Confucius. After listening to Laozi, it also learned about morality and inaction. In the end, it was imparted by Chunong and understood the natural sciences. It was really a great opportunity. Before the saints of the three sects, it was half a monkey and half a celestial. It had learned language and manners from Zilu, learned how to write and reason, and studied diligently every day. Every day, when it was free, it swept the floor, weeded, looked for firewood to light a fire, carried pulp to boil water, and took care of the cowshed behind the thatched hut. Everything that the three sages needed was prepared. Every time the three saints started to talk, it and Zilu would sit upright and still, listening to them. However, Kong Chiu came from the state of Qi to visit Lao Dan because Prince Zichao had coerced the Zhou clan to protect the treasure chamber. The imperial clan temple had surrendered to the Chu dynasty, causing the Zhou clan temple's imperial clan library to be lost. He wanted to offer the library to King Jing of Zhou to rebuild the treasure chamber. Unexpectedly, Lao Dan had offended King Jing due to the loss of the treasure chamber's imperial clan library. Thus, he was demoted to his hometown. Kong Chiu's trip did not go as he wished. After discussing Dao with Lao Dan and Chenong for a month, he returned to Lu. After listening to the teachings for a month, the Monkey King's intelligence and spirituality were vastly different from before. He and Zi Lu were companions and were already good friends. They sent sage Kong Chiu off for tens of miles. One day, he brought the green ox to graze outside the city. Thinking about Zi Lu's return to Lu, the Monkey King's intellect increased. After listening to the teachings of the three sects, he already had some attainments in the Tao. This stone monkey was born in the Hotian era, and its divine abilities were truly extraordinary. It understood yin and yang, understood human affairs, could discern the future, knew the future, understood the myriad of things, and could avoid death and prolong life. It saw that Zi Lu was an upright and courageous person, and that every saint who achieved the Tao would have to face twists and turns and dangers. Somehow, it already knew that Zi Lu would face a calamity this time and would die a horrible death. It couldn't help but feel sad and wanted to cry. The Monkey King caressed the back of the green bull and lamented, Zi Lu, there is no road any more. This is a dangerous journey. Where will your soul go? He has his own good fortune, and he will definitely achieve positive results in his next life. These few days I heard Confucius say, if one hears the way in the morning, one can die in the past. Although Zhongyu is in trouble, his soul is still there, and he has a bright future ahead of him. His achievements in his past and future life will probably be above us. So why are you so sad? Afterlife? Wukong had no time to distinguish, so he answered casually. However, after a while, he came back to his senses and turned to look at the green ox. He saw that the green ox was also looking at him. Its eyes were like a human's, intelligent, and it even nodded and smiled at him. Wukong felt his hair stand on end. He took a step back and shouted, Monster! Where did this monster come from? You turned into old He's cow and scared me. The green bull was also angry and said, You are born with a hairy face and you learn to wear clothes and speak with etiquette. You look down on others who are also wearing hair and horns. You are a stone monkey in front of Sage Chenong, and I am also a Tai primordial spirit under Old Lord Lao Jun, the plate-horned green bull. We are both of different races, and I thought you were a loyal person. But who knew that you looked down on me? Wukong came back to his senses and knew that he had said the wrong thing. He bowed and said fawningly, Old brother, you usually keep your mouth shut, but your actions are the same as Chang Nio's. How can I tell? I said something unpleasant just now and offended you. Please forgive me, Brother Bull. The green bull calmed down and said, Mortals are ignorant. Grandpa Lao Jun is staying here, so how would I dare to cause trouble for him? It's also because you and I are alone today, and we are both different races with hair and horns that I spoke to you. If you are in front of mortals, don't talk to me. I don't want to offend Old Lord and attract trouble. You are also lucky. I have heard about Old Lord Chenong before. He is an incarnation of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. When Grandpa Lao Jun created the world, The Jade Clear and Prime Clear Masters were unwilling to descend. Before Old Lord's one chi turning into 3 clear, he had the intention to invite the immeasurable Heavenly Lord to occupy the position of the Jade Clear Primordial Beginning. However, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord declined, so he gave up. Now that Old Master has lost his position as the keeper of the treasure trove, he originally wanted to head west to the Hangu Pass. However, when he saw the Qilin coming from the east and the Phoenix flying south, he knew that 2 saints had come to visit, so he stayed behind. Now that cult Master Kongqiu is going east, and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord has invited him, he is about to leave Hangu Pass. Since you are fortunate enough to be under the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and cult Master Chenong, why don't you pack your luggage and prepare a carriage for me to carry the 2 saints to the west? When the Monkey King heard that the green ox had leaked the secret and had a glimpse of his master's background, he was overjoyed. He scratched his ears and cheeks and said, "I didn't expect teacher to have such a background. Thank you for telling me, brother. Ever since I became his disciple, I have been ignorant and did not know how powerful he was. Now that I have received Brother Ox's guidance, I know that I am lucky and have a good future. Otherwise, I would have unintentionally offended the ancestral master. Thank you. Thank you." Seeing that the green ox had eaten its fill of grass, it hurriedly pulled the rope and accompanied the ox back. When it entered the thatched hut, it heard Chenong call out, "Monkey King, come here!" The stone monkey came to Chenong and listened to his instructions. The Grand Pure One has the intention to go west and turn into a Buddha. I plan to bring you along and listen to the teachings of the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. However, the Grand Pure One only has 1 green ox, and you have the body of a macaque. Although the green ox has great strength, its back is narrow and it can't carry many people. When I was a sect master of the rogue immortals overseas, I had a golden boat. It can be made into a carriage after some modifications. Go and carry the green ox on the carriage. After that, Chenong took out the golden boat of fate from his sleeve and threw it on the ground. It turned into a bronze carriage. The Monkey King led the green ox over, packed their luggage, and drove the carriage to the west. Chenong and Lao Dan sat in the carriage together. The green ox pulled the ox to the Hangu Pass. The Monkey King walked in front and led the green ox. Outside of Rodu, in the vast wilderness, a bronze ox carriage was slowly moving to the west. A macaque was pulling the carriage in front, and 2 sages were sitting at the back. It slowly disappeared into the horizon. On the ox carriage, Chenong and Tai Qingjinren sat opposite each other and discussed Taoism. Since Kongqiu had already gone to the east, the 2 of them resumed their status as immortals and Buddhas. They talked about Taoism, the nature of heaven and earth, the truth of Taoism and magic arts. They no longer talked about the way of ruling a country and human relationships. This time, Tai Qingjinren talked about the opening of yin and yang and the separation of pure and turbid. On the other side, Chenong talked about the explosion of the universe and the mysteries of dimensional folds. When Tai Qingjinren talked about the operation of the qi of the sun, Chenong talked about the fusion and fission of matter and the ignition of the stars. The Tai Ching sage enlightened the vitality and created a world. Chenong collapsed the dimension and integrated the information into the universe. The 2 of them expressed their views, which made the green ox in front of the carriage and the Monkey King, who was leading the way with a rope, fascinated and beaming with joy. After obtaining the truth of Taoism, magic arts and magic arts were just a piece of cake. The Monkey King listened and was excited. He took out the fresh fruits and vegetables that he brought and threw them to the side of the road. He enlightened them with his vitality and produced fruit trees and melon vines. He plucked the fruits and offered them to the 2 sages. Then he waved his hand and scattered grass to form a plain. The green ox was herded on the plain. The long journey was slow. After 3 to 5 months, they were already close to the Hangu Pass. The Hangu Pass's pass master was called Yi Shi. He had studied ancient books since he was young and was proficient in calendars. He was good at observing astronomy and practicing astrology. He could know the past and see the future. Today, he suddenly felt something and went up to the building to look at the east. His expression changed greatly, and he said to his left and right, "I see that the purple chi in the east is flowing in the west. The sky is auspicious. The purple chi is spreading for 30,000 miles. The saints must be coming from the east. All of you, follow me to welcome them." Therefore, he bathed in the temple and fasted. He observed the stars day and night. The purple chi came from the east and appeared like dragons and phoenixes. He knew that there were two saints. One had white hair and long eyebrows, and he looked old. The other had a jade face and no beard, but he looked young. The two saints came in an ox carriage, and there was an ape leading the way. Chapter 835. First from afar, the Hanga Pass was surrounded by towering mountains and steep ridges on both sides. The road from the Tongguan Pass to the Hanga Pass was a narrow land between the mountains. The two passes were far more powerful than thousands of soldiers and horses. Since the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the Hanga Pass had been an important city in the world. From the eastern Zhou dynasty to the Tang dynasty, the Hanga Pass started from the Shao Mountain in the west and ended at the Hulao Pass in the east. The Taihang Pass was guarded by the Wanggu House. It was the barrier of the Central Plains, a gift from the heaven to the Yellow Emperor. The Hanga Pass was surrounded by a plateau in the west, a steep stream in the east, the Qinling Mountains in the south, and the Yellow River in the north. It was a great fortress in the valley. It was deep and dangerous, so it was called Hangu. Before Qin Ong arrived at the Hanga Pass, he saw the gate of the Hanga Pass opened. A tall and sturdy doctor with 3 strands of long beard walked out. When he saw Qin Ong and Lao Dan coming in a carriage from afar, he went forward and paid his respects. The Zhou dynasty was based on the etiquette and music. All the scholars and officials were proficient in this. The etiquette was not the polite greeting used by the later generations. Although Yi was only a doctor and did not dare to use the etiquette used by the feudal lords, he was very respectful. It was the etiquette used by a doctor to pay respects to the king of Wen. If Confucius was here, he would not accept it, but Laozi did. The monkey king went forward and returned the etiquette according to the etiquette. He had studied with Zilu for 2 months and listened to Confucius's lectures. Therefore, he was very familiar with the etiquette and music system of the Zhou dynasty. He was not an ordinary stubborn monkey. When Yi saw the monkey king sitting in a well-dressed manner, he realized how extraordinary he was. Even a monkey leading a cow had the demeanor of a scholar and official. Yi welcomed Qin Ong and Lao Dan into the pass and invited them into the official residence. That night he came to ask them about it. He asked Laozi about the etiquette and music system. The feudal lords did not worship the Zhou dynasty. Seeing the world was in chaos, how were the doctors? Laozi told him about the principle of do nothing. He advocated the rule of the body and the state. The 2 natures were the foundation. Everything would follow the law, and everything would move according to it. He followed the law of the heaven and earth and made all things natural. He even had to do it. He is good at teaching without words, so that people will naturally change. He also asked Qin Ong. Qin Ong told him about the survival of the fittest, avoiding harm with all one's life, valuing oneself above all else, not interacting with other things, not being tainted by their nature, not doing anything, not implicating each other, not disturbing each other. As soon as Qin Ong finished, he said to the crowd, "Everything in the world has already nurtured all living beings, and it also controls life and death. Those who are suitable will live, those who are not will die. Therefore, we value ourselves. Animals eat their young, while insects devour their husbands. Rabbits and antelopes are good at running, while wolves and tigers have sharp claws and teeth. It's all because they want to avoid harm and value themselves. Those who don't value themselves will die. Everything takes after his father, and his nature is natural. If the father does not value himself, he dies. If the father values himself, he lives. Those who value themselves will have children, while those who value others will have no descendants. Therefore, all living things in the world value themselves. Plucking a hair to benefit the world, isn't it? Because you pluck a hair and the world gains a hair. Harming yourself to benefit others, people will kill you, and the heavenly Tao will kill you. If you are not satisfied, you will die. Therefore, the heavenly Tao lies in utilitarianism. The growth of humans and the reproduction of all living beings lies in selfishness. The son is like his father, and this is inherited. Those who inherit it are selfish. Ishibai was intoxicated by Laozi's words and was full of praises. When he heard Chunang's words, he was terrified and shaken to the core. On the other hand, the Monkey King, the Green Bull, and the rest of the unusual species, who had mingled among the animals, saw life and death, and even heard the strong live and the weak die. Nature would naturally eliminate the strong, and heaven would select the strong. The principle of evolution of all living beings was intoxicated by Laozi's words. Ishibai asked Chunong, "That's what the saint said, but where are the morals?" Chunong smiled and said, "Listen to me. Heaven will select the suitable, not the strong. Tigers and wolves will also die, and cunning rabbits will also survive. Therefore, the path of heaven's selection is that the strong cannot defeat the weak, and the hard cannot defeat the soft. The soft but has the Tao and can naturally grow. The strong but has no Tao, and there will also be a time of extinction. The most important thing is to survive, followed by reproduction. Those who can survive but can't reproduce will die. Therefore, loving one's children is the first virtue, and the nature of all living beings is different. When gathered, they are strong. When scattered, they are weak. When gathered in a group, it is better than being alone. When wolves gather in the forest, they think that survival is better than a lone wolf running amok. This is also the principle of natural elimination. When a group of wolves is tyrannical, how can one win against a lone wolf? This path has a leader, the alpha wolf, who loves his children and the group. Therefore, in the clan, the most important thing is the group. When the group gathers, it is beneficial to the individual, and when the group is scattered, it is detrimental to the individual. If the clan is seen as one, then loving the clan is the same as loving oneself. Therefore, loving one's clan is the second virtue. Chunong was on a whim. With a raise of his hand, he talked about the path of vitality transforming into all living beings, and the reproduction of bloodlines and inheritance. There were no atoms in this world, but vitality atoms were just one thing with two phases. Chunong only made some modifications. From the biological characteristics, the bones left behind, and even the appearance of the great ancient demon. He talked about the theory of evolution. He also deduced the ancient customs of this world and described the species. He talked about the evolution of species and the path of extinction. Later on, Ishi dared not to memorize the path. He only dared to record the ancient landforms and scenery described by Chunong, which was passed down to the later generations. It was known as the classic of mountains and seas. There was also a servant beside him who secretly recorded the principles that Chunong described. However, the servant did not know much about literature. Although he could understand the principles, he could not prove it. In the ancient times, he did not understand much about evolution. In the end, he only recorded the way of humanity and lost the way of nature. When the servant returned home, he taught his son Yang Zhu the way that Chunong taught. After hearing what Chunong said, Lao Dan nodded and said with a smile, "Good. Regard yourself as the world if you can entrust yourself to the world. Regard yourself as the world if you can entrust yourself to the world." Chunong also said that the heaven's way was constant, but all the laws were impermanent. Everything had the principle of movement, change, and development. It was said that when the heaven changed, things changed. In order to adapt to the changes of the heaven and earth, The principle of continuous evolution of species was combined with the idea of valuing oneself. In order to adapt to the changes of the heaven and earth, one must grasp the principle behind the movement and change of things and seek the Tao. This was called development. It was said that humans were different from all living things because of their wisdom. Wisdom could seek the Tao and seek change instead of the change of natural elimination. Humans were fickle, so they were better than all living things in the world. Humans could seek the Tao, so they valued all living things in the world. It was also said that when humans gathered in groups, they had the virtue of loving their children and the clan. However, they also had the nature of selfishness and self-love. The human clan valued themselves, and the individual valued themselves. Everyone's selfishness and self-love would harm the clan and themselves. Moreover, they were fickle with wisdom. Therefore, between the love of the individual and the love of the greater self, there were the evolution of the sexes, human desires, and morality. Among the people, if one became a criminal because of one's own value, in the natural selection of the fittest, one would harm oneself. If one violated others, one would harm oneself the most. In the end, it was changed by wisdom, and a contract was made, and a consensus was reached, just like the collective consciousness of the crowd. This was morality. Morality was also the principle of valuing oneself. The Monkey King listened to Chin Ang's description of the evolution of the heavens and the path of development of humans. It was the principle of humans evolving from beasts to humans. The Monkey King was originally a stone monkey born by the heavens. He mingled among monkeys and was enlightened in the human kingdom. He received the teachings of the three saints, Lao Lao, Chen, and Confucius. He had seen the laws of nature, the laws of human civilization, and the teachings of morality. At this point, he finally understood human nature and understood that humans were also beasts. He used wisdom and morality to govern, no longer having a conflict with his bestial nature. He gradually understood the difference between wisdom and morality and the bestial nature of humans. He also came into contact with the Tao of all living things in the world. His knowledge was so high that it was rare to find someone like him in this world. From Chenong, he learned the demonic nature of selfishness, greed, ignorance, and anger. From Confucius, he learned human ethics and the human nature of killing. Finally, he learned the divine nature of Lao Tzu's tranquility and inaction. His cultivation was immeasurable. When Yi first heard of Lao Tzu's teachings, he was completely intoxicated and wanted nothing more than to become Lao Tzu's disciple. Later on, when he heard Chen Ang's teachings, he felt an indescribable fear. In a daze, he didn't know how much of Lao Tzu's teachings had sunk in. In the end, when the lecture ended, he left in a hurry, even ignoring the rules of etiquette. She stumbled back to the official residence. His wife saw that his face was deathly pale and he was panting heavily. She hurriedly stood up to give him some warm water and asked him what had happened. Ishi replied, "I've really heard the words of a saint today." Since they were the words of the saints, why did you do that? She waited for his mind to calm down before replying. The words of the saints are profound and profound. Truth can even reach the Tao. If you understand the subtleties of the words, you will be enlightened. Therefore, the saints do not examine life and death, virtuous and unworthy, but examine the reason. The words of the saints and the heavenly Tao are extremely terrifying. I don't dare to listen to them. I don't dare to listen to them. Humans cannot be obtained. They are as indifferent as gods. Only today did I realize the Supreme Man has no self, the gods have no merit, and the saints have no name. These three are not humans. After Ishi left, Chin Ong said to Lao Tzu and the others, "From my observations, the people of the 4 major continents are good and evil. The people of the Dongsheng divine continent respect heaven and earth, worship immortals and gods, and have almost no self. Although they are pure, they are like trees that will rot in the wind and rain. The people of the northern Julu continent fight for their lives with heaven and earth. For the sake of survival, they are clumsy and indifferent, and they learn from the Dharma like beasts. The people of the Aparagodania continent are apathetic and content with the status quo. They are like puppets of immortals and Buddhas, livestock reared in captivity. Only the people of the South Shan continent value themselves. They are fickle and flexible. They pursue the development of the Tao and are not obsessed with immortals and Buddhas. It is a world of great competition and a land of humanity. As the saying goes, the heavenly Tao is contested. Do not intrude on it. The morals of the other continents are the morals of the immortals and Buddhas. They seem to be enlightened by the immortals, but in reality they are imprisoned. The slightest change will be strangled by divine punishment. Only the South Shan continent is the land of humanity. Morals are born from wisdom, and they develop and adapt to the changes of heaven and earth. I pity the people of the Aparagodania continent. Their social status is fixed, and humanity cannot develop. They are reared by the spiritual mountain and are no longer human. They are truly pitiful. The Buddhas use the pure land of ultimate bliss to bewitch people. They are obsessed with the spirit and break away from the material world. Wolves and tigers are friendly with elks. Living beings do not fight and live in peace. They seem to be free, but in reality they are sinking. I have the great Tao of freedom, and I can liberate all living beings. The Monkey King kowtowed and said, "Patriarch, how can we save all living beings? We must make all living beings value themselves. Wolves and tigers are greedy, and the officials are cruel. There are many people who are greedy and angry. Like a plate of flowing water, conflicts arise everywhere. Natural selection, competition, enjoyment, desire, and freedom. Everyone is free and will not be restrained by immortals and Buddhas. Then, let it develop naturally and improve continuously. With the goal of the great harmony of the world, immortals and Buddhas can only enlighten and not confuse people forcefully. The spiritual mountain in the West restricts people's desires. It is a great evil. I want to spread the teachings to the Western paradise and promote the Tao of freedom of desire. However, the spiritual mountain is stubborn, the Buddhas are foolish, and the Buddhas in the great Thunderclap Monastery are numb. They are greedy and superstitious. They are the cancer of the world and the burden of evolution. The Monkey King said, "Master, what do you want?" Chapter 836. Above the heaven courtyard, the great and benevolent Jade Emperor, great heavenly venerable Xianqiong Gaudi, was sitting in the spirit of Heaven Hall of the Golden Gate Cloud Palace. He was summoning his ministers to discuss the good and evil of the mortal world and the weather of the day. Suddenly, the spirit officer Yi who came to report was hit by the purple gas in the lower realm and fell down from the cloud. He asked in surprise, "Why is there purple gas in the mortal world and it's blocking the path of the celestials? Clairvoyant, clairaudient, go to the southern heavenly gate and take a look." Before the two generals could move, Tai Bai Jinxing came out and reported, "Your Majesty, don't worry, I know about this. This is Lao Jun Taishan from the Tishita Palace of Lihan Heaven outside of the 33 heavens. He reincarnated yesterday to teach the people. His cultivation was perfect and he went to the west to become a Buddha. When a saint travels, there will be purple gas following him. It can travel for 30,000 miles, which is why it can crash into the heavenly palace." The Jade Emperor said, "I see, but I saw that the purple gas is divided into two in the shape of a dragon and a tiger, which is strange." He then ordered Clairaudient and Clairaudient to check again. After a while, the two generals reported, "I was ordered to check where Lao Jun went to the west. He has already reached the boundary of the Central Earth Sex, Zahanga Pass. I saw Lao Jun riding on a bull carriage, and there was a young saint traveling side by side with him. He was on the right side of Lao Jun, and the purple gas from the east followed him for 30,000 miles, in the shape of a dragon and a tiger. I just don't know the saint's background." The Jade Emperor was surprised. "Oh, is there such a rare thing?" 2 saints traveling to the west to teach the people. It is a good thing for the 3 realms. Do you know the background of the young saint? The 3 great emperors and the 4 meritorious officials all stuck their ears out. The 4 heavenly masters looked to their left and right. The 5 senses emperor and the 4 great marshals had a blank look on their faces. The 5 stars lords, 6 stars lord and 6 stars lord looked at each other. The 9 luminaries, 28 constellations, only shook their heads. It was still Tai Bai Jinxing who came out of the ranks and reported, "I've heard of that young saint. To be able to sit on the right side of Lao Jun and dressed as a young man, he must be the incarnation of the immeasurable heavenly Lord for blessings, the immeasurable heavenly Lord for deliverance, the immeasurable heavenly Lord for merit, the immeasurable heavenly Lord for Guang Fa, the immeasurable heavenly Lord for 10 directions, and the immeasurable heavenly Lord for Dara. The immeasurable heavenly Lord has yet to appear in this world. It must have been the elder Lord's descent that alarmed him. His incarnation descended from the heavens and traveled west with him. The Jade Emperor bestowed benevolence and said, 'Since you are the master of Beyond Heaven's sect, you have great merit and virtue, so there's nothing to be concerned about.' Tai Bai Jinxing wanted to say something more. However, the Jade Emperor lowered his eyes and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He could only sigh in his heart and return to the ranks of the officials. In Hango Pass, Een Shi welcomed the 2 sages into his official residence. Other than dealing with official business, he would listen to the elder lord's lectures day and night. However, he was afraid of Chenong and did not dare to ask for guidance. Other than listening to the 2 sages' Tao discussion, he had never asked Chenong alone. He was the Hango Pass commander. The elder lord still needed his permission to travel to the west. He asked for guidance in such a manner, but he invited Chenong to stay. Although Lao Dan was suspected of forcing him to stay, he was well-mannered and would greet Chenong in the morning and evening. During this month, Chenong was quite free, so he often taught the Monkey King. He talked to the Monkey King about the emptiness of Buddhism, the wonders of psyche and consciousness, the 3 wonderful truths, the 6 roots, and the 9 consciousnesses, starting from the consciousness. He said that Buddhism has no self outside of the heart, the impermanence of all actions, the non-self of all dharma, and the nirvana of nirvana. He also talked about the wonders of the origin. The 12 causes were the process of the consciousness being born from nothingness. He also talked about the Tao giving birth to 1, 1 giving birth to 2, 2 giving birth to 3, 3 giving birth to all things, and 1 Qi transforming into heaven and earth. He also taught the 3 graves and 5 classics, 8 ropes and 9 hills, Lianshan, Guizhong, and Zhou Yi. When he was free, he also taught the Monkey King how to burn fire, refine pills, make magic tools, and practice Qi. Every day after he closed the door, he taught the natural philosophy that dominated all the sciences. The monkey was very jumpy, so it was the most painful when he was teaching mathematics. Chenong gave him exercises for him to practice. However, when it came to functional equations, the Monkey King was in so much pain that he wanted to die. When it came to algebraic geometry, the Monkey King almost played truant. One day, the Monkey King returned from herding cows outside the pass. Suddenly, he was spotted by Chenong and was summoned to him. He asked, "Monkey King, take out the homework that I left for you yesterday." The Monkey King stammered, "Master, this disciple did not finish his homework last night. Today, when I was herding the cows, I was so tired that I fell asleep on the back of the cow. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and disciple's homework was blown away." Chenong laughed coldly and counted with his fingers. Not long after, he opened his eyes and glanced at the Monkey King. "I already know who that wind is. The Hanga Pass has always been an important pass since ancient times. Qin Zu was the emperor of the Zhou dynasty, and before he became a strong country, the war hounds invaded the central plains many times. But they were all defeated at the Hanga Pass, and their bones fell into the valley, causing poisonous bugs to breed. There is a millipede below the pass. It is nourished by the rotting flesh of the dead, and after a long time it became a demon. It calls itself the Millipede General, and every day it would stir up a gust of een wind and travel between the great mountain pass and the Hanga Pass, looking for people to kill and eat. The wind that you saw when you were herding the cows today was caused by him, and he wants to confuse the eyes of the passing merchants, causing them to lose their footing and fall into the valley. Chanong only waited for dusk before he stood up and went to the top of the Hanga Pass to observe the scenery outside. After a short while, a gust of demonic wind blew towards the Hanga Pass. Chanong opened his hand and activated his Yuan Qi between his fingers, causing the Yuan Qi to transform into a ray of light. A red ray of light that was as thin as a finger flashed through the demonic wind, and a millipede that was as thick as a person's arms fell from the sky. The Monkey King, who was at the side, took a closer look and saw that the millipede had been split in half from head to toe. Its limbs were still moving, but it was already dead. Chanong raised his hand and pulled a yellow book over from the demonic wind. He opened it and saw that there was not a single word on it. He then laughed coldly and ordered the Monkey King to roll over. The monkey was trembling and was at a loss of what to do. He knelt in front of Chanong and said, "Master, master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me, forgive me." Chanong only said, "Since you don't want to learn, then forget it. You're already fully fledged and have learned many supernatural powers and spells. What I will teach you next will be limit, calculus, space analytic geometry, linear algebra, series ordinary differential equations. If you don't understand these, you won't be able to learn fluid mechanics, advanced physics, space physics, high-energy physics, quantum physics, and advanced chemistry. This is all I can teach you. You can go now." After saying that, he waved his sleeves and turned to leave. The Monkey King hurriedly hugged his legs and said with tears in his eyes, "Master, where do you want me to go?" His voice was like the cry of an ape, choking with sobs. The green ox also came over and bit Chanong's sleeve, nodding his head to plead for mercy. Chanong only said, "Cultivating what I have learned. Those who don't understand mathematics are like making porcelain but can't overheat it. It looks good, but it's actually just an embryo. Your monkey's personality is erratic, and it's hard for you to become a great person. When you worshipped me, you only wanted to learn the art of immortality. Even if you cultivate this mathematics, you won't be able to live forever. Now that you have obtained immortality, what's the use of keeping you alive? Go. Don't bother me. The Monkey King only kowtowed. I was wrong. Patriarch, I was wrong." Chapter 837. On the other hand, Ishi received a message from his subordinates and went up to take a look. He saw a millipede that was tens of feet long and had been split in half from head to tail. It lay limply on the ground outside Hanga Pass. He hurriedly ordered people to carry it in. When he got closer, he smelled a fishy odor and realized that the demon's body was poisonous. Although millipedes were non-poisonous insects, they had eaten a lot of human flesh in the deep valleys and carried corpse poison on their bodies. She ordered people to carry the demon's body away and burn it. He said to his subordinates, "I've known about this 1,000-legged demon's mischief in the past. It used its demonic wind to blow passing merchants into the valleys to feed on it. However, this demon was very powerful, and I couldn't do anything to it. I pretended not to know. Unexpectedly, it offended the saints and was killed. The 2 saints in this residence are my honored guests. You must treat them with care. If you dare to neglect them, I have my ways to deal with them." His subordinates solemnly replied. She was about to go back and pay his respects to Laozi when he saw the Monkey King kneeling outside Chanong's room in a daze. He had asked his subordinates and found out some things. However, this was an internal matter of the saints. How could he interfere? He didn't make a sound and greeted Laozi outside the door. After receiving permission, he entered the house. When the saint of Tao virtue saw him, he said to him, "I'm going west and won't be able to stay in Hanga Pass for long. I called you in because I want to bid farewell and leave. Do you agree?" She kowtowed. How can I question the saint when he's going out? Please come with me. I will resign and leave with the saint. He then asked the saint about his trip to the west. Laozi mentioned the matter of becoming a Hu. Ishi pleaded. Why did the saint teach the Hu people and forget about Yin Huang? I have listened to your teachings for several months and know that you are a virtuous and knowledgeable person. Yen Huang has been taught by the saints since ancient times, such as Beichen, which is why there are so many outstanding people and civilization. Now that the saint is going west, I dare not disobey. Please leave behind a book to teach the future generations. Laozi pondered for a moment before smiling. It's a meaningless matter. Why should I force it? Fine, fine. I will give you 5,000 words that will be handed down from generation to generation, the meaning of morality. She did not dare to be negligent. He called for someone to bring him a bamboo slip with a knife and a brush. Then he sat down and engraved Laozi's words on the bamboo slip. Laozi's words were the epitome of Taoism, and she carved them down. It was 3 a.m. The Monkey King was kneeling outside the door while the green ox was leading the herd behind the house. Both of them could hear Laozi's words. They were so intoxicated that they did not realize that the sky was bright, but they were not sleepy at all. Chin-Ong pushed the door open and saw the Monkey King still kneeling outside. What are you still kneeling for? Heaven and earth are free and unfettered. The world is vast. You can go wherever you want. As he spoke, he wanted to close the door. Monkey King only kowtowed and said, Master, please listen to me. Chin-Ong only looked at him. The Monkey King cried and said, I've already redone my homework. I'm already regretful for deceiving Master that day. I can't wait to get back to that day and kill those distracting thoughts with a stick. I was originally a natural stone monkey without any parents. I was born and raised by the heaven and earth. I mingled with the other monkeys and was unbearably rough. Fortunately, Master created me. He did not despise me for being stubborn and slow-witted. He taught me the path of Taoism and understood the truth. When I was apprenticed to Master, I only had the thought of immortality. However, after hearing Master's teachings and understanding of the truth, I have the heart to pursue Taoism. If Master chased me away, I really don't know what to do next. It's like I'm stuck in the mud. Patriarch, please have mercy on me and spare me this time. Come with me. Chun-Ong brought the Monkey King to see Lao Dan. He bowed to Lao Dan and said, Please help me, immortal Tai Ching. He then turned to the Monkey King and said, You're originally a spiritual creature created by the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth gave birth to you, but did not teach you. After witnessing the death of the old ape in the mountain, you realize the great horror between life and death. You have the heart to pursue Taoism and immortality. This is your natural Tao nature. Now your wish has been fulfilled. However, you have to know that achieving immortality is just a small matter. The stubborn stone in the mountain can live for thousands of years. It was born from the creation of the heaven and earth. It has the same lifespan as the heaven and earth. However, it is also immortal and will not be affected by life and death. Before you transformed, you were already a celestial stone. Why are you asking for it? The Monkey King said, I was a stubborn stone when I was alive. I didn't have 7 orifices. Although I have some spiritual energy, I'm still a dead thing. How can I be compared to you? You also know that you can't be compared to me. Chin-Ong asked, Now that you've obtained some Tao Qi, you're complacent and think that you can live forever. You're lazy in pursuing the Tao, and you're not diligent in learning. You've only learned from me for 3 months, and you think that you've obtained the Tao? In our eyes, what difference are you from a dead thing? If you only want to live a long life and then mix with beasts and indulge in the pleasures of beasts, you're just an immortal monkey. Isn't an immortal monkey a monkey? Monkey King, perfected Tai Ching gave you a surname. I didn't name you because I wanted you to be a macaque again. However, I knew that with such a name, you would be able to transcend your race and see your true self. After getting a name, you're no longer just a stone monkey, not just a macaque, not just that monkey king, but a unique monkey king with a name. I have to see myself clearly. I have to know where I came from, what I am, and where I'm going. Breaking a stubborn stone to see the monkey king. Isn't this world another stubborn stone? You're not willing to learn from me, saying that you have a jumpy personality and can't stand being restrained. However, in my opinion, aren't you lazy? The thought of longevity is not the thought of the Tao. Cultivating the Tao is not to train yourself to become a 1,000-year-old tortoise or a stubborn stone that lives as long as the heavens. Instead, you have the will to move forward and continuously evolve. Listen to me when I talk about natural selection, survival of the fittest, and the development of humanity. Don't you understand the principle of constantly striving to improve and advance? Gods and Buddhas advise people to do good. Could it be that their nature is bad? Why do I say that it's rotten? It's because it doesn't seek development and doesn't persuade people to move forward. Instead, it tells people to stop, endure, and not change. It wants to enjoy bliss after death. Good and evil will be repaid. As a result, everyone only seeks bliss. They can't see what's in front of them and don't work hard to move forward. The Monkey King was shocked. Chun Ong transformed the void and casually opened up a chaos. A spot of formless chaos floated in front of Chun Ong and was fixed by Chun Ong. The perfected Tai Ching smiled and said, "So, you want to imitate my creation of the world?" He slashed with his hand and separated the chaos that Chun Ong had fixed. Since there was yin and yang, the clear and turbid qi intertwined. Originally, the clear qi should have floated up, and the turbid qi would have descended to separate the world. However, Chun Ong only closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a thought had already swallowed the world. The thought was born from ignorance, and it gave birth to Brahma, and it gave birth to knowledge. From knowledge, it gave birth to names and colors. At that moment, the world had already been divided. The various mental activities of the thought were like thinking, and if not thinking, it was the colorless realm. When it saw the appearance, it gave birth to the colorless realm. Finally, the 6 senses of the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were born, and the desire realm was born. It sounded complicated, but it was actually simple. It was just a dream that Chun Ang's thoughts had. The thoughts in the dream turned into the world that Laozi had opened up. From ignorance, there would be mental activities. Movement was action, and mental activities gave birth to consciousness. Consciousness would then recognize names and colors, which were all kinds of colors. When consciousness felt colors, it was divided into 3 levels. Without the feeling of colors, all mental activities were empty and were born as the colorless realm. All consciousness felt the concept of matter. When consciousness felt everything on matter, it was the appearance of color. This was the color realm, which included specific feelings and various concepts. The feeling of specific senses, namely the senses of the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, was the desire realm. When Chun Ong opened his eyes again, the chaos had already turned into a complete universe. It only existed in Chun Ang's dream. Chun Ong waved his hand casually, and the Monkey King was unable to stand still. He fell head first into the world of Chun Ang's dream. The creation of this world was opened by Chun Ang's understanding of the Dharma. The impermanence of all actions and the anatta of all dharmas were the first foundation. The impermanence of all actions meant that everything in the world would change in an instant. This was similar to the materialism, where everything was moving and changing. Chun Ong comprehended it without any hindrance. However, the second seal, the anatta of all dharmas, was the most fundamental difference between idealism and materialism. The first difference was whether humans could understand the world. Chun Ang's worldview believed that humans could study and understand the world. This was the theory of no ability. However, Buddhism believed that there was no other self apart from the self. Apart from the self, there was no other self. Apart from the self, there was no other self. Apart from the self, there was no other self. Apart from the self, there was no other self. Only the self, which was the consciousness itself, could be understood. The so-called cultivation was the process of understanding the self, from knowing oneself. Buddha discovered the emptiness beyond the form, but he also discovered that apart from the self, all other substances, and even life, could not be recognized. Their consciousness could never be known, and they could never obtain things beyond the form. In other words, one could only be sure of the reality of one's own consciousness, but could not be sure and recognize the consciousness of others. It was like a brain in a vat, a world in a dream. Since apart from the self, everything was form, and the emptiness was in the self, then it could be determined that the world was in the self. As long as the self could perceive the world would exist. If the self could not perceive the world, then the world would not exist. Everything was just idealism. Everything in the world was not moved by the wind, nor was it moved by the banner, but by the heart. The self moved. Since the world was in the self, then there was another question. Where did the self come from? This was the origin. The Buddha believed that the self came from the Namo, and the Namo gave birth to action, which was the spiritual activity. The action gave birth to knowledge, which was the consciousness. Through the consciousness, one would know the form of the world and learn about the cause and effect behind the form, which was the Tao, the emptiness, and the rebirth of all material attributes, which were the form and the form. Finally, the specific feeling of the various senses would be realized, which was the realm of desire. Therefore, there was all touch, which was all the contact between the consciousness and the outside world. Then there was the feeling of touch, which was the emotional reaction to touch. From the feeling of touch came love. Love was desire and greed. Love came to take, and then the desire drove people's behavior and pursuit. From taking came to have. The behavior and pursuit produced cause, and from cause came to effect. In the end, death destroyed everything. This process was the origin of everything. From Chun Eng's point of view, it was the process of the birth of consciousness and the understanding of the world. If consciousness was seen as the only reality, then it was the process of the birth of consciousness and the creation of the world. Chun Ong created the world with the origin. The thought-swallowing Lao Jun opened up the two Qis, which was because there was no self outside the heart, and everything was only the heart. The clear and turbid Qis opened up by the Lao Jun naturally did not exist, but were perceived by Chun Eng's thoughts. Then there was the Namo, which gave birth to knowledge, knowledge gave birth to name, and name gave birth to 6 roots. The 6 roots gave birth to touch, touch gave birth to feeling, feeling gave birth to love, love gave birth to taking, taking gave birth to existence, existence gave birth to life and then death. This was the reincarnation of a world. Brahma created the world with a dream, and that was it. To the Monkey King at this moment, wasn't Chenong Brahma? In Chun Eng's dream, all his feelings were formed by the desire realm. All matter was color, and the great Tao was just a colorless sky. Emptiness was not different from color, and color was not different from the emptiness of emptiness. Everything, feelings, material attributes, and even the invisible laws behind everything were formed by Chun Eng's consciousness. The more subtle action and ignorance were things that only Chun Ong could sense. The Monkey King seemed to have been reduced by Chun Ong and was trapped in the color. It was like a brain in a jar, a world of information. On the other hand, Chun Ong used this opportunity to discuss the Tao with the Grand Pure One. He used a world as a chessboard and used each other's hands to verify the Tao path. The two of them worked together to evolve the world and verify what they had learned. However, when the saints discussed the Tao, they often used a world as a chess piece. To the living beings of that world, it was unbelievable. As for the training of the Monkey King, it made him understand that longevity was separated from transcendence. The heart to move forward was just a stubborn stone. But it was just incidental. The two of them wanted to transform into Buddha. Chun-Ong used the Buddhist Dharma that he had comprehended to open up a world, and asked the Grand Pure One about the Buddhist Dharma that he had comprehended. At the same time, in this world, Chun-Ong evolved the universe, stars, galaxies, and galaxies. With a single thought, he turned the universe into a physical universe, using atoms as the foundation. At the same time, he threw Wukong onto a planet that focused on technology. He first abused it with all kinds of technology, then sealed its 6 senses and reincarnated in this universe again, turning it into a student, reading until he died and solving problems until he died. Only after 5 to 6 reincarnations did he let it go. The Grand Pure One shook his head and smiled. Heavenly Venerable, why are you making things difficult for your disciple? It's a joke. Chapter 838. Chun-Ang's dream world and Taoist Tai Ching's place only took a moment, but the dream world had already opened up for a period of time. The dream world had all sorts of strange things that could not be described in a single sentence. The two sages seemed to be quietly observing the world, but in fact, they were evolving the Hinayana Buddhism. In the Hinayana Buddhism, only I was supreme. What form of self-nature was originally pure? What form of self-nature was originally undying? What form of self-nature was originally sufficient? What form of self-nature was originally unshakable? What form of self-nature was able to give birth to all kinds of dharma? Chun-Ang's thought transformed heaven and earth. But in fact, after the origin of ignorance, 3,000 troubles were born, and the appearance of emptiness was born. This world went through all kinds of tribulations, such as creation, rebirth, destruction, and emptiness. After 1296 million years, it suddenly disappeared. The Monkey King had reincarnated 9 times and witnessed the collapse of Chun-Ang's galaxy, the collapse of neutron stars, the extinction of stars, the eruption of black holes, and the ignition of stars. He was even sent into a reincarnated planet similar to Earth by Chun-Ong and was reborn as a student. He went through all kinds of examinations and studied tirelessly. After receiving such lessons, he saw the destruction of the universe and the suffering of sentient beings. He saw some strange beings in the galaxy who could live forever encountering the collapse of the world. A plasma being hatched from a planet had a lifespan that was even longer than the Monkey King. However, when the universe collapsed, the emptiness was no longer there. In the great tear of the galaxy, countless planets disintegrated. Even though the living beings were born with great supernatural powers, they had no choice but to turn into ashes. There were also beings that existed independently and transcended the material world. They were like divinity, pure spiritual beings with infinite wisdom. They could discover all Dharma in an instant. In the heat death, entropy increased immeasurably, and negative entropy was worn down into the sea of heat. All kinds of unimaginable immortals perished in the universe. Among them, great horror, great disaster, and great destruction were extremely terrifying. The Monkey King could see it and knew that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was also terrifying. The destruction was boundless, the calamity was boundless, and the suffering was boundless. The Lord of Infinite Maha was merciful, but he was also merciless. Then the world of desire collapsed. The 6 senses of the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind were destroyed. The 6 senses of the Monkey King were destroyed. His eyes could no longer see color. Ears could no longer hear sound. Sound waves and light were all meaningless. The attributes of matter and color collapsed, and there were no longer length, width, and space attributes. The shape collapsed, and the concept of mass disappeared. The concepts of color and color became meaningless when the 6 senses were destroyed. In the end, the universe had no words, no thoughts, and no names. 3 of the 4 dhyana heavens in the world of color fell, and only consciousness existed alone. The attributes of matter and the world of color had been destroyed, leaving only the various connections behind the attributes of matter in the world. That was the existence of emptiness. It was the 4 tribulations of success, destruction, and emptiness. The universe was also destroyed. The perfected Tai Ching and Qinong worked together to evolve the life and death of the world with one thought. They confirmed all kinds of Buddhist Dharma. The Monkey King was immersed in it and could only obtain one of them. For the perfected Tai Ching and Qinong, they could only comprehend each other's wisdom and Buddhist Dharma. Hence, they looked at each other and smiled. The perfected Tai Ching stretched out his hand and plucked the world formed by Qin Eng's thoughts. He shook it, and the Monkey King rolled out of the world. The Monkey King felt that the memories of the Yuan Hui in that world were empty. It was because after the world formed by Qin Eng's thoughts was destroyed, the appearance in his memories had transcended. The memories of more than 120,000 years had lost the attributes of matter and were in chaos. The Monkey King was still far from the realm of Qin Eng's Grand Pure One. How could he distinguish it? Only when he comprehended the appearance could all kinds of emptiness exist. However, he could not explain it clearly. The Monkey King bowed and said, "Ancestral Master, I've comprehended. Everything in the world has its end. Everything is impermanent. How can there be permanence in the world? That old man Gautama, the Jade Emperor, can't even be around. If he is, wouldn't Gautama be lying to himself? I know that the two of them will definitely be destroyed. Even the immortals and Buddhas can't be around forever. The immortality that the immortals and Buddhas mentioned is just a joke. In the eyes of the two ancestral masters, the longevity that the immortals and Buddhas mentioned is just a peanut being destroyed. When the ancestral master saw that I was immersed in the joy of longevity, he used this to enlighten me. Success, past, bad, and emptiness are the principles of the world. If I give up when I obtain longevity, I won't turn bad and become nothing in the end. If the immortals and Buddhas don't move and don't change, they will reach the end of the past and can't go up anymore. They can only go down and look free. In fact, they are just waiting for death. You monkey, why are you talking about Zen in front of me and fellow Taoist Tai Ching? Qinong smiled and said, "Could it be that you want to fire me as your master and go back to Gautama?" The Monkey King changed his words and said, "Ancestral Master, disciple has already comprehended that longevity isn't the end of the path of Tao. If you don't go, you will be bad. When Yang ends, Yin will be born. If you don't change, you will die. I'm only willing to learn sincerely and chase after the great Tao. I won't be a monkey that stops to enjoy life." "That's great." Qinong caressed the Monkey King's head and said, "I only hope that you will continue to learn and improve. Don't let down the name that I've given you. Don't break a stubborn stone. Don't be a Monkey King. You must know that although emptiness exists, you can't comprehend it. If you don't comprehend it, you can only improve. If you comprehend it, you will have nowhere to go and can only be destroyed. The pursuit of Tao is endless. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind." The Monkey King then greeted Lao Dan and performed a half-disciple's greeting. Lao Dan nodded and smiled. He pointed his right hand in the air and said, "Qin Daoyu was born without a name. His thoughts gave birth to the world and evolved into Brahma. He talked about Hinayana Buddhism with me. However, apart from Hinayana Buddhism, there is also Mahayana Buddhism, which has its own style. I'm going to talk about it with Qin Daoyu." The Monkey King suddenly had an idea. He pleaded, "Ancestral Master, the Green Bull also did some hard work to carry the carriage. Can you come and listen to it?" The Saint of Taoda smiled and said, "It's all right." The Monkey King then ran out and called out to the Green Bull, "Brother, brother, don't tell me that I've forgotten about you. I've asked for a favor from the two ancestral masters. I'll allow you to go in and listen to the talk. You don't have to listen at the back of the house anymore." The Green Bull turned his head and transformed into a burly man. He said, "I'm indebted to you, brother. I've made a lot of contributions under my master. Now I can enter the house." Suddenly he said, "You don't have to hurry. Go and invite that official here. He's my master's disciple. It's not good for me to offend him. If I let him go this time, I'm afraid that it won't look good when we meet in the future." The Monkey King scratched his head and asked, "The two ancestral masters only allowed you to go in and listen to the talk. They didn't mention anyone else. This is putting me in a difficult position." The burly man that the green bull transformed into said, "You don't have any face in front of my master. If I go and invite him, he won't be in a difficult position. However, if I go and invite him, he won't be able to recognize me." However, after pondering for a while, the green bull said, "There's no need to invite him. He's a person with cultivation. He's already here." Chapter 839. When the saint started his lecture, the atmosphere was extraordinary, and all the deities heard about it. There was a day when the night-wandering deity leaked the news, and the two celestial generals, Qianliyan and Jinfeng Er, secretly told him that in the guest house at Hango Pass, ordinary people could only see that the door was tightly shut and there was no one around. However, with the discerning eyes of the saint, he could see celestial light everywhere, auspicious clouds gathering, and all kinds of wonderful phenomena. It was unbelievable. About 10 immortals hovered in the sky, while the 6 guards and 6 armored generals stood at the 4 corners of the guest house, guarding the door, while the 4 merit officers guarded the windows. The vigorous ghost king of the heavenly palace came late and saw that the 4 immortals had surrounded the small guest house. He slapped his thigh and shouted, "That god of night is so ignorant. I gave him 10 years of incense just to let me know when the saint is creating scriptures so that I can take advantage of it. How dare he trick me?" He then scolded, "Old Lord descending to the world and becoming a saint is such a great job. These 6 generals are greedy for merit and did not get the imperial edict. They used the excuse of protecting the saint. Who doesn't know that old Lord Li's green bull is brave and would not hesitate to kill 100 of them? Why would he need them to protect him?" He also scolded the 4th duty meritorious official for being lazy when he was performing his duties, using his position as an excuse to get some benefits. But it came quickly. The various immortals in the heavens did not care about their skin. Even those without official duties dared to come and listen to the lecture in secret. As he scolded and scolded, he saw the auspicious clouds in the sky were steady. The divine generals did not move in all 4 directions. Pretending not to hear his scolding, nobody left in shame, giving up their position for him. Before the celestial beings could leave, a thin black dog trotted over and secretly crouched at the bottom of the steps. The vigorous ghost king looked familiar, although the 4 immortal generals were only here to listen to the lecture. With them here, which wild animal would dare to come and cause trouble? Even the sounds of insects stopped. Such a big thin dog, and the 6 generals pretended not to see it. The ghost king did not know which celestial it was, and was envious. Another sparrow flew over and stopped outside the window. The ghost king did not know what was good for him, and blurted out, "Is that Erlang Xiansheng?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew something was wrong. Sure enough, the faces of the 6 deities changed. The 4 deities hid themselves. The chickadee only turned back to look at him, but it made the vigorous ghost king sweat profusely. His legs trembled. The vigorous ghost king thought that the 4 deities' generals would react, but they pretended not to hear him. The ghost king secretly cursed, "What a cunning deity general!" The Herculean ghost king knew that he had offended true Lord Xiansheng and was reluctant to leave. He could only turn into the size of a bug and sneak under the door. In the guest house, the old turtle held the world of Chun Ang's dream in his hand. It was as small as a mustard seed. The sage pondered for a moment and pointed his left hand in the void. Jade light turned into a circle and formed a 3-foot square pond. The mustard seed world was infinitely small and vast. It fell in the middle of the water mirror square pond, but it took root and sprouted. It even formed a few trembling flower buds. In an instant, it grew into a jade-like cute lianhua. This scene did not scare the Monkey King and Yi Shi, but the 4 deities' generals were dumbfounded. The Monkey King had not cultivated for a long time and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even if the Tai Ching Jinren opened up a world in front of him, he might not be scared. Didn't Chenong and the Tai Ching Jinren work together to do that just now? However, he was ignorant of common sense, so he was not surprised. The four deities' generals were knowledgeable and could see that the wind, earth, water, and fire in the world controlled by the Tai Ching Jinren were all destroyed and planted the Lianhua. The Lianhua was real, so was the world. The Lianhua had two forms. One was the real Lianhua, and the other was a pure land of ultimate bliss hidden in the flower bud. There were 3,000 Buddhas, 800 Arhats, and even a Gautama Buddha sitting in the center of the Lianhua. The Buddha of Spirited Mountain in West Heaven was preaching about the Dharma assembly when he paused and stopped. He looked up and saw that the pure land of ultimate bliss was like a Lianhua that had not bloomed. His gaze passed through the Lianhua and looked at the two boundless Tai Ching Jinren and Chenong outside the pure land of ultimate bliss. He smiled. The Bodhisattvas were shocked when they saw the Buddha holding the flower and smiling. The golden Brahma flower bloomed brilliantly. The Buddhas who were listening were all silent. Only Kasyapa broke into a smile. In the guest house, Chenong said. In the Lianhua, Sakya smiled while holding the flower. The Buddhas didn't understand what he meant. Only Kasyapa understood and comprehended our Mahayana Dharma. I wonder what you all have comprehended. The Monkey King said, just now the patriarch gave birth to the world with a thought. Now that the old Lord turned the world into Lianhua with a thought, he saw that the 5 skandhas are all empty. The patriarch created the world through karma. All dharmas are caused by karma, and all phenomena depend on the conditions of me. I have something, so this exists. I am born, so this exists. I have no cause, so this doesn't exist. I am the cause, and all dharmas exist because of me. I don't wait for karma, and I'm an independent existence. All dharmas are empty, and only I am self-nature. Therefore, form is not different from emptiness, and emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. The same goes for perception, action, and consciousness. The Monkey King's words were complicated, but the celestials could understand it. The emptiness, he said, was the emptiness, or the emptiness of self-nature. He meant that Chen Ang's karma created the world, and everything in the world was created by Chen Ang's consciousness. The existence of idealism couldn't be separated from the relationship and conditions of Chen Ang's idealism. In other words, if Chen Ang couldn't feel it, everything wouldn't exist. Therefore, all physical attributes form, all kinds of feelings, perception. From the 6 senses, all kinds of cognition, thinking, consciousness, activity, action, and all kinds of consciousness, belong to the emptiness of self-nature. They couldn't be separated from relationships and conditions to exist independently. Chin Ong shook his head and said, this is Hinayana Dharma. There's no self outside the heart, and everything comes from the origin of ignorance. This is not the Mahayana Dharma that I want to talk about. Let me ask you, is the world of Spirited Mountain in the flower real or fake? The Monkey King mustered up his courage and said, I came from the countryside, and even if I don't know much, I know that the world of Spirited Mountain is far away in the western land of ultimate bliss. How could it be in the flower of Grandmaster? Of course it's fake. Is that so? Chun Ong pushed the Monkey King into the Lianhua. The Monkey King felt his body lightened, and he fell into an extremely vast world. He fell from the sky and saw countless rays of Buddha from afar. There was a big Buddha sitting on the lotus platform. When the Monkey King saw the Buddha, he screamed in shock. He knew without asking himself that this was the Buddha of Spirited Mountain in the west, Rulai. Rulai opened his palm and took it. The Monkey King made a monkey head and squeaked. Suddenly, one of the Buddhas understood. When Buddha held a flower and smiled at Mahakasyapa, there was a deep meaning behind it. Now that he was holding a monkey, what was the meaning behind it? Thus, the 3,000 Buddhas and 800 Arhats lowered their heads and pondered. A tiger subduing Arhut called out, "Subdue the inner monkey, rein in the horse." The revered one of the world is telling me to hold the inner monkey in my hand. Thus he sat upright and comprehended the profound meaning. Another long-eared Dingwang Buddha thought. Buddha held a flower and smiled at Maha Kassapa. Now that he is holding a monkey, why don't I do it? He imitated the monkey head and squeaked. The revered one of the world held the Monkey King in his hand and said to the Buddhas, "The old Lord is on a journey to the west and is now discussing Tao with the sages at Hanga Pass. They are just joking with me." He then tossed the Monkey King back and said, "Tiger subduing, Dingwang does not understand the Dharma and is making trouble without understanding. Your cultivation is not fixed, and your cultivation is regressing." In front of Rulai, the second disciple, Golden Cicada, was extremely intelligent and knew the cause and effect of the cause and effect. Seeing that the Buddha was trying to hide it, he was sly and covered his mouth and laughed. Rulai's Dharma I saw clearly and said, "Golden Cicada, why are you smiling?" Golden Cicada was flustered and said, "Just now, the revered one of the world was picking flowers. I was born slow, and only now did I understand the correct method. That's why I laughed. Thou hast not heard of the Dharma, and have made light of my great sect, and laughed contemptuously in the hall. There is also the long-eared Dingwang Buddha, and your mouth speaks the words of a beast, the tiger subduing Arhut, and you do not understand my meaning. Therefore, I demote the three of you to reincarnate into the Eastern land. Tiger-subduing Buddha reincarnated 3 times. Tiger-subduing light reincarnated 6 times, and the golden cicada, thou hast reincarnated 10 times, and without great merit, thou shalt not return." Rulai passed down the decree, and naturally, Dharma protector Jialan dragged 3 people to carry out the decree. As for the Monkey King, after he was thrown out from the Lianhua, a look of horror appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "It's true! It was true!" So that Patriarch would know that when I fell into the spiritual mountain within the flowers and was pinched in Rulai's hand, I saw everything clearly. That world within the flowers was the pure land of ultimate bliss, and the Rulai sitting in the center was also Rulai. In this Lianhua, there is a pure land of ultimate bliss hidden. Hearing what the Monkey King said, shock appeared on the face of the green bull burly man. She didn't understand, and Lu Ding, Lu Jia, and the 4 merit officers were even more shaken. The 5 directions Dingting, who were pressing down on the roof, all shouted, "Impossible!" Chapter 840. Hearing Monkey King's words, Chen Ong laughed. "If that's all, Monkey King, you're mistaken. Previously, I talked to you about the Dharma, about the non-self outside of the heart, about the impermanence of all actions, and about the non-self of all techniques. Now, I'll talk to you about the Mahayana Dharma, about the impermanence, non-self, and nirvana, because these 3 are the fundamental Tao of Buddhism. Even if it's not what Buddha said, it's still the Dharma. If it's not, even if Buddha said it himself, it would still be a false Tao. The great Tao is wonderful in all things. We can see it, but it's just 1 in a trillion. You should know that what the naked eye sees is very different from what your Dharma eyes see. Under the red, there are thousands of colors other than purple. Mortals can't see it. Above the palace sound, mortals can't hear it. Sound and appearance are the masters of the 6 senses. Buddhism says that if the world is divided into the real and the illusory, then all those with supernatural powers and mortals will be lost in the illusory world and not see the real world. That's why Buddha says that appearance is a real and illusory image. It's like looking at flowers in a mirror or fishing out the moon in the water. Because the real world is in your consciousness, it's because of me. That's why there's no me in all techniques. They're all appearance, not emptiness. Tai Ching sage laughed. Mortals look at flowers, it's just a performance. Immortals look at flowers, it's just vitality. Buddha looks at flowers, it's just a thought. These 3 are not separated from appearance. But the real flower has no self. That's why we don't know. Wukong suddenly said, "I grew up on the shore of the East Sea. I once heard a story in the Ao Lai Nation. It said that one day, a great wave suddenly rose from the sea and washed a divine turtle ashore. The king of the Ao-Lai nation took all the people of the nation to see it. There were 3 blind people, but they couldn't see the appearance of the divine turtle. They had no choice but to go forward and touch it. One of them touched the shell of the divine turtle and shouted, "So the divine turtle is a big turtle." Another touched the head of the divine turtle and scolded him. "It obviously looks like a flood dragon." The last one only touched the buttocks of the person in front of him. He laughed and retorted, "What nonsense are you guys talking about? It's obviously someone called Sheneo. I touched his buttocks." So the deities and demons in this world are all a bunch of blind people. They can only see the appearance of the godly turtle and believe it to be real. As for what it actually looks like, they have no idea. That's why the celestial beings in the heavenly court see vital chi, the Buddhas of spirited mountains see thoughts, and the mortals can only feel the appearance of sex. The celestial beings and the Buddhas laugh at the mortals, but they don't know that what they see is also the appearance of sex. As he spoke, he couldn't help but dance with joy, his monkey face winking and making funny faces. Chin-Ong laughed at it. "You've touched the edge." Then he said to Reverend Tai-Ching, "When I saw this flower, I knew it was not complete. Clinging to appearance, seeking emptiness, and obtaining truth from emptiness. It could be said that clinging to illusion and seeking truth. What he learned was the principle of borrowing the false to cultivate the true. It was to borrow all kinds of obsessions to seek the complete form and get closer to the truth. I don't seek to comprehend the Tao in a day. I just want to gradually get closer." Chin-Ong was talking about the pursuit of science. He used the appearance as a metaphor for the truth of scientific research. That was to use the material attributes of things to explore the laws and connections behind them, which was emptiness. Through this law and connection, one would turn into a deeper understanding of the material attributes of things and finally reach the process of gradually approaching the truth. That was Chun-Ang's desire to seek the Tao. If he were to use the Dharma as an analogy, he would be close to emptiness and close to emptiness to break through a layer of appearance. He would pursue the realm of all Dharma. In the Mahayana Buddhism, such a method could be said to be deeply obsessed, and contrary to it, the Grand Pure One only sighed. "Fellow Taoist, you can be said to be a person with great perseverance, great determination, and great wisdom. However, if you don't seek liberation, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the Tao." He watched as Chin-Ong tapped slightly on the Lianhua on the spirited mountain. A white lotus was formed from countless strings, turned into corks, and then gathered into atoms. Finally, it formed a cell, divided and grew, and a Lianhua bloomed. However, there was a material world in the Lianhua. It was born from the explosion of point particles. In the blink of an eye, the universe cooled down and gathered into a galaxy, opening up a boundless sea of stars. The various principles of Chin-Ang's exploration of the material world were condensed in this flower. There was an information model of the universe, covering various information phenomena in the macroscopic and microscopic levels. Although the Monkey King had a pair of psychic eyes, he could only see a fraction of this flower. Although he understood it, his mathematical foundation was too poor. He only knew a little about it. Only the Grand Pure One had seen the wonders of it and understood it in his heart. Chin-Ong asked, "I wonder what this flower looks like in the eyes of the Grand Pure One." Lao Dan pondered for a long time before sighing slowly. "The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. All things bear yin and embrace yang, and the chi is harmonious." He pointed in the void with his right hand, revealing a bit of chaotic chi of vitality. Then the yin and yang were transformed, and the 3 elements were activated. A green lotus was created out of thin air, containing a world of chi of vitality. It floated in the sky and sank to the ground. Then the infinite chi of vitality gave birth to all things and nurtured all things. One is the gathering, dispersing, and condensing of chi of vitality to give birth to all things. He He pointed in the void with his left hand. Suddenly, a golden lotus appeared from the void. He continued, "The other is the thought of the power of vow, which can be formed with a thought." Chunong smiled and suddenly said, "The flower is over there." Lao Dan clapped his hands and laughed. "The flower is over there." There was a world of thought in the golden lotus, which was the dream of Laozi. It was exactly the same as the creation that Chunong had previously. The two worlds showed the appearance of all things that Laozi had seen through. All kinds of qi of vitality were born, and the power of vow was manifested. It was incredible. Chunong had to study for a long time before he could learn and comprehend all kinds of Tao fruits in the two Lianhua flowers. After all, the green bull and the monkey king were creatures of this world. They were more clear about the world of qi of vitality, and they were not unfamiliar with the world of thought. Instead, they could comprehend a lot of things. Although it was not much, it was still terrifying. The mountain sparrow that Erling Shaoxing transformed into was even more fascinated by the three Lianhua flowers. He could not help but fly into the hut. However, the expressions of the Luding and Liujia immortal generals changed. They thought to themselves, "Why is Erling Shaoxing so reckless? He has offended the sage. What should we do? We can't stop him, nor can we not stop him. Why make things difficult for us?" Quan Yi thought for a while and said, "After all, he is the nephew of the great heavenly Lord Jade Emperor. How can we offend him? In the future, we can just apologize to the Grand Supreme, Lord Laozi. The Grand Supreme Lord did not do anything, so he will not be calculative with us. After all, it was the authority of the great Jade Emperor that suppressed the Grand Supreme Lord, allowing Erling Shaoxing to fly to the branch of the Lianhua flowers." The Monkey King and the Green Bull could not understand what they were saying. She was even more confused. He could only ask the sages, "Why are the two sages laughing? Is there a deeper meaning behind it?" The great Dharma of Buddhism is to create something out of nothing. It is often regarded as an illusion by the heretics, but that is not the case. Everything in the world is formed by the great Tao. Where the Tao is, everything exists. Arhat is able to use the Buddha's light in his heart to guide the Buddha's Dharmakaya. He's able to reach wherever he wants with his mind. He's able to create a Buddhist country in his palm and a world in the sand. When Chunong explained, he interspersed some wonderful supernatural powers. He explained clearly the Dharma of Buddhism, the heart light escape technique, the Buddhist country in the palm, and the eternal sand world. It was just that the principles were obscure and difficult to understand. The Green Bull sat with the sage all day long and comprehended 30%. Erlang Shaoxing saw 3 Lianhua flowers and had extraordinary wisdom. He comprehended the most, but only 60%. The Monkey King's foundation was shallow after all. He was slightly weaker than the Green Bull and only comprehended 25%. The rest of the ordinary deities, and even she could only comprehend a fraction of the essence. They could not become supernatural powers. Chunong first talked about the fundamental law, and then demonstrated the 4 great divine abilities. Although it was clear that he touched upon the fundamental meaning of the Mahayana scriptures, only those with profound wisdom could understand the pure land of ultimate bliss, deliver all living beings from suffering and even reincarnation, the secrets of the underworld, and the profound truth of the spiritual mountain. So the Western Paradise spirited mountain was not here, not there, not in the middle. It was not in Chunong's flower, nor was it in the Western Paradise. The spirited mountain was in everyone's heart at the top of the beer. The Buddha used his great power and wisdom to form the spirited mountain and form the pure land of ultimate bliss. This mountain was Mount Meru, the place where all living beings were enlightened. Seeking inward was the foundation of consciousness. Seeking outward was the manifestation of the Buddha, the pure land of ultimate bliss. Chunong's spirited mountain appeared in the flower. It wasn't that he had conjured a spirited mountain, but that the spirited mountain was actually there and Chunong had seen it. That was why there was a Tathagata sitting on the throne and 3,000 Buddhas listening to him. The emptiness of the world floated in form. Outside of form, all living beings existed. That was why all living beings existed in emptiness. When one saw emptiness, one would see form. If one wanted to see form, they would see form. It was not Chun Ang's creation, but all living beings were there, waiting for you to discover them. Because of this flower, Chun Ang saw Lianhua here. That was why it appeared here. If Chun Ang needed it, he could see jade, Bodhi, birds and beasts, and even a world. This was a wish, a thought, and a creation. This was the principle of Mahayana Buddhism. If there was Buddha in one's heart, then Buddha would be at ease and could be saved. That was why Buddha was called God Buddha. If it was like the Buddhism before Mahayana, there was no self outside the heart, there was no need to seek external help. Buddha was just an enlightened being. He could not save people, nor could he teach people self-salvation. Therefore, in Mahayana Buddhism, the monks cultivated internally and learned Dharma. However, they asked their believers to use other people's hearts as their own and seek salvation from God Buddha. Therefore, Zen could curse Buddha and ancestors because they did not seek external help and were self-aware. However, for believers who could not be self-aware, they could only create a God Buddha and use other people's hearts as their own to seek salvation. Therefore, Chun Ang smiled and said, "The so-called pure land of ultimate bliss is but a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. Those who cannot be self-aware seek nirvana and seek salvation through the sea of bitterness. The so-called Bodhisattva's way is just an illusion. It has to be the true self." After the two sages finished talking about Mahayana Buddhism, they sensed that they had finished talking. They immediately stopped and let the three of them go back to realize on their own. Chun Ang turned around and gave Monkey King the homework that he owed for the past 2 days and chased him back to study. The immortals in the surroundings dispersed, and the auspicious clouds in the sky disappeared. Only the mountain sparrow bowed 3 times to the two sages before flying away. A black dog chased after it. Tai Bai Jinxing arrived late in the sky. Looking at the scattered immortals, he slapped his thigh and said, "The great heavenly venerable sent me to deliver the decree. Who would have thought that I would be called by the barefoot immortal and be late? The Grand Supreme Elder has already gone back to sleep. How can I reply to the great heavenly venerable's decree?" Fortunately, the surroundings were quiet and did not disturb the spiritual mountain. I can go back and report to the great heavenly venerable. As he spoke, he pulled the vigorous Ghost King who had left late and asked, "Have the two sages alarmed the spiritual mountain?" The vigorous Ghost King replied, "Lord Tai Bai Jinxing, you're late. The spiritual mountain has not been alarmed, but you did not have the chance to see the saint's great mystical abilities. What a pity." Chapter 841. 1 month after the lecture on the Tao, Wukong learned differential calculus and integral calculus. He learned vector and tensor, group theory, special functions, polynomials, and elementary level of function calculus. After all, he was a heavenly stone monkey and was able to learn the Tao and understand mathematics. His progress was quite optimistic, and his attitude could be considered as hardworking. Hence, it wasn't surprising that he had such achievements. The Green Bull also listened a few times. He had not learned the basics in front and was also a traditional demon. He was very interested in divine abilities and Dharma spells. He knew the basic Tao, but was not proficient in it. Therefore, he gradually stopped coming. After all, he could not even understand the approximate value of algebraic equations, Taylor series, complex equations, and trigonometric functions. What was the point of staying there? On this day, Chun Ang was discussing the special theory of relativity with Wukong when Ishi came to invite him. She was only wearing a linen robe that had been washed white. He knelt before Chun Ang and respectfully handed over the customs clearance document, saying, "I have resigned from my position as a customs officer and am willing to follow the two sages to seek Tao and educate the people. I only wish to serve by your side and listen to the two sages' moral teachings." Chinong nodded and smiled. Of course. He took the customs clearance document and let Ishi leave. Chun-Ong instructed Monkey King to pack up the carriage, bring the green bull over, and take care of his luggage. After everything was ready, there were still a few hours before they left. He told him to enter the hut and close the door. The teachings are not to be spread to 6 ears. Wukong, you are my disciple. Although there are times when you are naughty, after being taught a lesson, you understand the truth and study hard. I have also seen you studying hard these past few days. Although the sages preach Taoism and not Taoist Tai Ching, we talk about the fundamental Taoism, the root of all Taoism. All secret techniques are just small Taoism. Just like branches and leaves, as long as the foundation is strong and the wood is lush, the branches and leaves will naturally grow. Therefore, although I have not taught you any insignificant skills, you have already cultivated to this point, and you have many extraordinary abilities. However, the minor Tao often contains the secrets of the great Tao. Although the divine power is only a minor matter, it can also verify the great Tao and even help you better understand the great Tao. This is the relationship between the foundation and the application. I don't forbid people from learning my great Tao, but it's because this great Tao is hard to achieve. One more person who knows it means one more fellow Taoist. Isn't it wonderful to study the great Tao together? But that divine ability is different. No matter how many people in the world know how to use it, what use is it to me? The basic science that I impart is the foundation of the great Tao, so I can impart it to everyone. However, the divine abilities and secret arts are still fine if they use crude methods to comprehend them. What I'm secretly imparting here is the pinnacle of application, so I won't spread it to anyone else. Firstly, if someone with a bad temperament obtains it, he won't be able to do anything good. Secondly, I also look down on those ignorant and incompetent people. How can a mediocre person be worthy of my teachings? Ancestor, this disciple understands this logic. The Monkey King kowtowed. Then today, I'll impart to you a secret divine ability, the application of magical arts. This divine ability has its own logic. Your current foundation is still shallow, so it's most likely hard for you to delve into the fundamentals. However, you still need the assistance of this divine ability in order to learn better. However, you have to remember, no matter what, you mustn't lose your heart to pursue the Tao. You must be lazy and playful, only knowing that the divine ability is cheap and powerful. If you sink to this point, our master-disciple relationship will be over. Although the divine ability is cheap, you have to guard your heart. Don't be greedy for its convenience. Remember, it's just a ladder on your path to the great Tao. After using it, you have to throw it to the back of your mind. Don't neglect the essentials. The Monkey King kowtowed in thanks. He listened attentively and knelt on the ground. Chin-Ong said, "You're a stone monkey. Using Master's magical arts, you're a silicon-based creature. This divine ability is tailor-made for you. It's hard for anything with flesh and blood to be proficient in it. I'll teach you mathematics, physics, electricity, and magnetism. Do you know anything about it? Lightning is the core of the transformation of yin and yang. Although disciple only has a superficial understanding of it, I'm proficient in controlling lightning and magnetic fields. I know that there's boundless profoundness in it, just the lightning of yin and yang, the lightning of impermanence, the lightning of the outer layer of the atom, and the lightning of electromagnetic waves. There are boundless profoundness in it. The knowledge within is boundless and profound. Disciple only knows a tiny fraction of it. The Monkey King had a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks, but he had the face of the god of thunder. What he didn't say was that when the sky above Hanga Pass was filled with lightning, he had used the thunder arts to play tricks on the god of thunder and mother of lightning, giving them a fright. Although he didn't dare to show off in front of Chinong, he knew that the thunder arts he had learned had long surpassed the god of thunder and mother of lightning. If he went to the celestial heavens, he would be able to create the 9 heavens, universal, electromagnetic, divine, thunder, celestial to play with. It's good that you know how shallow your knowledge is. Chenong nodded and said, When I taught you electromagnetism, I only studied the root and skipped over the branches and leaves. Do you think the branches and leaves of the art of Tao are easy to look at? It's also boundless profoundness and extremely profound knowledge. You'll have to make up for it in the future. Let's not talk about this. The supernatural power I'm going to teach you is derived from the branches of electromagnetism, circuits and integrated circuits, semiconductors, and so on. It's a cutting-edge application in computer science. It's called the quantum primordial spirit, the golden court jade emperor god, the light quantum entanglement intelligent terminal bionic brain. It's created by me after exhausting the nature of the two phases of qi and light waves. Using silicon as the base, it changes the shape of the organs externally and cultivates a different type of light quantum qi internally. Finally, the body and spirit become one, forming the light quantum primordial spirit, the infinite light jade emperor primordial spirit. This is a great supernatural power that I've come up with, the infinite intelligence modified to generate state indestructible Dharmakaya, imitation of the golden court god intelligent quantum organ modified body. The nuclear vital qi fusion and fission of the Zhurong furnace heart. The three-phase matter recombination of Gonggong Buzhou kidney and other organs are still in development. Only the brain god has completed the first stage of development. This great supernatural power is the fundamental dharma that I've planned for your future. You have to remember that all supernatural powers and spells are based on the art of Tao. All kinds of applications must be based on the basic science that I've imparted to you these days. Otherwise, even if you manage to cultivate the third stage of my plan, the 360 gods around you, the 125,600 little gods in 1 yuan, you'll just be a puppet that I've created long ago. Now that the root of the problem was revealed, the Monkey King was enlightened. He engraved every word in his heart and thanked Chenong for his kindness. At that moment, Chenong taught him how to strengthen his qi, train his primordial spirit, change the substance, and restructure the brain. Although the content was extremely profound, the steps were all complete. Even if the Monkey King didn't have a deep understanding of it, he would still be able to cultivate it step by step. However, Chenong warned him that there were many methods of imitating the golden court god quantum organ modified body. There was only the theory. As for the specific applications, he had to study them one by one. If he didn't understand the art of Tao and made a mistake, he could only blame himself for not being diligent in his studies. The Monkey King simply modified his brain. He reconstructed 3 to 4 silicon chips in the stone monkey's brain before he managed to memorize the blueprints that Chenong taught him. The contents of the blueprints were about 2 PS or more. He pushed open the door of the hut and saw that the ox cart was already prepared. He placed the luggage of the 2 sages at the back of the cart and invited Laozi to get on the cart. He then called Yi Shi to follow the ox cart. At this moment, the sun was already high up in the sky. Yi Shi bade farewell to his family and loyal servants. With the Monkey King leading the ox cart in front, he drove the ox cart for the 2 sages. They exited the Hango Pass and headed towards the land of Qin. They looked at Xianying from afar, but at a place where they couldn't see. 3 people, 1 monkey, and 1 ox were on their way. Other than listening to the preaching of the sages and learning mathematics and physics, the Monkey King was also secretly refining his vital qi and adjusting his primordial spirit. After 2 months of hard work, the embryonic form of a brain was gradually formed in his mind. It was as clear as crystal, but it was only the outer shell. The countless photons in it were the carrier of the primordial spirit. Ever since the embryonic form was formed, his wisdom grew day by day. With a single thought, he could see the world, the birth and death of vital qi. The mathematical functions that were difficult to learn in the past also became easy to learn. However, his human nature gradually disappeared and his monkey nature withered. Only his stone heart, that was as cold as a god, became more and more clear. The green ox watched as Wukong walked, sat, and lay down. His human nature gradually disappeared, and his past carefree temperament was no longer there. Every move he made had infinite profoundness. They were originally like-minded people, but they gradually drifted apart. The green ox was extremely terrified. At night, he broke the rules of the past and quietly asked Laozi, "Master, what happened to my brother? How did he become like this?" Laozi shook his head and said, "It's not my place to talk to you about other people's matters. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord has his own secret techniques. Don't worry, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord has accepted that monkey as his disciple. He won't teach a stone man that has a dead heart." Although he said that the next day when Laozi was preaching to Chenong, he talked about the ancient theory of heaven. He discussed with Chenong about the root of one's nature and consciousness. When the Monkey King heard that, he gradually broke free from the influence of the god in his mind and regained his original heart. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He knew that his Grand Master's warning was not a joke, so he slowed down the cultivation of his supernatural power and refined his own nature. Chenong initially only wanted to punish him for being greedy and for not taking his warning to heart. Now that he saw that the Monkey King knew what was good for him, he then taught him various ways to cultivate his nature. Another month passed, and the group could see the Qin capital, Xianying City, from afar. It was the Chang'an Market. Chapter 842. Xianying was a scenic spot in the center of the Qin Pass. It was located in the hinterland of the Qin River. The Wei River passed through the south, and the Shao Mountain passed through the north. Therefore, it was called Xianying. During the reign of King Yi of Zhou, Hao was invaded and King Yi moved the capital to Dog Hill. Qin Fizi and his father, De Luo, herded horses for the emperor of Zhou at Dog Hill near Xianying. Later on, they were conferred the title of Marquis of Qin because they were good at herding horses. Qin Fizi was conferred the title of Qin capital east of Baoji, Shaanxi. Later on, he moved to Dog Hill, where his ancestors herded horses. Then he moved to Huyang, Liang, and finally settled the capital at Xianying. Qin was surrounded by the hounds, war to the west. The people there were fierce and fierce. Moreover, they guarded the center of the pass. Therefore, it was difficult for Chenong and the others to enter the capital of Qin without Yi Shi, the pass commander of Hanga Pass. Qin was surrounded by checkpoints. There were people from the same country, savages, and scholars. If Chenong and the others were not well educated, Lao Dan used to be the treasury guard, and Yi Shi, who was the pass commander of Qin's checkpoints, had some connections in Qin, they would not be able to pass the checkpoints easily. In the capital of Qin, there was no one who could see the sage's aura. Therefore, the emperor did not know that Laozi, the great sage, had entered Qin. However, Di Fengshe knew about it. Di Fengshe had some inspiration. There were rumors in the market that he could communicate with the gods. Therefore, he was trusted by the Empress Dowager. He often talked about the immortality elixir with the Empress Dowager and even interfered in the court affairs. Before Chenong and Lao Dan entered Qin, Di Fengshe saw a monster with a green face and sharp fangs. It had a sharp mouth and a pair of wings on its back. Di Fengshe was a person who could communicate with the gods. How could he not know that it was the god of thunder and goddess of lightning in the sky? He hurriedly greeted and asked for the purpose of his visit. The goddess of lightning said, "We entered the dream to ask you to do something for us." Di Fengshe said, "Both of you are powerful and have boundless magic power. Why do you need me, a lowly wizard, to help you? I dare not to refuse." He then heard the thunder god say, "Heaven's will is constant, under the orders of the Jade Emperor. Some time ago, we were ordered by the Grand Heavenly Venerate to send thunder and lightning to help the Dragon King summon the clouds and rain. When we arrived at Hanga Pass, I played the drum with my left hand and the spine with my right hand. She also used lightning to cut the clouds. Next to me, Old Woman Fong and Lady Sun helped. We pushed Little Cloud Boy and Boo-Woo Langjun together. We were about to wait for the 4 sea dragon kings to arrive, but it rained heavily. Who would have thought that there would be a demon monkey down there, relying on a few divine abilities to act lawlessly and unbridled, actually daring to use this opportunity to make fun of us? The lightning in his palm caused the yin and yang axis to change, causing the drums and awls in my hands to tremble chaotically. Lightning rumbled in all directions. He actually triggered the chi of heaven and earth in advance, causing the lightning to explode in my hands. You've caused us to lose face in front of Granny Wind, Rain Master, Cloud Child, Mist Lord, and the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas. They laughed at me in secret and spread the news to the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the 9 heavens, Thunder, Heavenly, Lord, Universal Transformation, asked about it. How could I not take revenge for such a great enmity? Tifangsher bowed and said, "The 2 gods are from the Thunder Manor. Which demon dares to not give you face? Such an unruly and unruly demon. As long as the 2 of you report to the 5 Thunder Emperors and let its calamity break out in advance. When the time comes, the 2 god generals will use the heavenly lightning to strike it to death. Then the resentment in our hearts can be vented. Why do we need this brat? Do you think that the demon monkey doesn't have anyone backing him up?" Mother of Lightning sneered and said, "That demon monkey's fortune isn't small. He has a master, the immeasurable cult master of the heretical sect from beyond the heavens, the Dharma body of a saint that descended. The martial uncle that came with him is Taishang Laojun, who has a venerated position in the celestial palace. Now that he has descended to the mortal world to transform into Buddha, it's a great undertaking of the celestial heavens. How can we strike that demon monkey to death in front of Lao Juan's incarnation?" This. Tifangsher was hesitant, and Mother of Lightning's expression changed. She said coldly, "You said you wouldn't dare to resign just now. Could it be that you're trying to fool us? You want to evade such a small matter? This lowly one doesn't dare to fool you." Tifangsher pleaded again and again. "It's just that demon monkey has such an origin. Its supernatural power must be extraordinary. I'm afraid I'm not its opponent. And if Lao Jun intervenes, how can this lowly one dare to compete with him? You don't have to worry about this." The God of Thunder snorted and said, "We don't want you to take that demon monkey's life. We just want you to make things difficult for it. When it goes to the west to pass the test, it will definitely ask for an official document. And at that time, you just have to ruthlessly humiliate it. Lao Jun doesn't do anything. Why would he care about such a small matter?" Hearing that it was just a round of humiliation, Tifangsher let go of his worries. The saints didn't show their techniques. Even if Lao Juan's incarnation came to this Qin, he would still have to ask for help from him. Just by obtaining Empress Dowager Qin's trust all these years, wouldn't it be easy to fool a demon monkey? When that time comes, if he befriended the 2 divine lords and had the opportunity, he would be able to earn a status. Even if he was no longer a rogue immortal in the mortal world, he could still enter the celestial palace and become a deity with a position. Thus, Tifangsher ordered someone to wait near the Qin capital's gate, and when he saw Lao Jun and his entourage, he went back to report to him. That day, Laozi and Chun Ong entered the city in a carriage, and that person went back to inform Tifangsher. Then, Tifangsher rushed into the palace and requested to see the King of Qin. This King of Qin was the future King Ai of Qin, and he indulged in wine and women. He also doted on Tifangsher a lot, and took the pill that Tifangsher offered, and used his fiery nature to pamper the beauty. He received Tifangsher very casually, hugged the beauty, and asked Tifangsher for his purpose. Tifangsher smiled and said, "I heard that something strange happened in the city, so I came to have a laugh with you, your majesty." Hearing that Tifangsher had something to say, the King of Qin was also very interested, and he asked excitedly, "Oh, what strange thing happened?" Tifangsher said, "This morning, I saw an ox cart entering the city from the east gate of the capital. There were 2 virtuous paragons on the cart, and the Hanga-Pass's past magistrate Ishi was driving the cart. There was also a black ox with a full horn. The strangest thing was that there was actually a monkey wearing human clothes, imitating human behavior and leading the ox in front. The people of the capital were very curious, and they surrounded and blocked the city gate. The historian at the side reported, "The virtuous paragons on the cart are Sir Laudan, who is guarding the treasure chamber of the Emperor of Zhou. He has a good reputation and is highly respected. I hope that your Majesty will pay respect to him." The King of Qin did not care about the virtuous paragons. He only paid attention to the second half of Ti Fengshi's words. He widened his eyes and asked, "Is there really an ape wearing human clothes? This is really strange. Did you see it with your own eyes?" "I saw it with my own eyes. The monkey walks, sits, and lies down like a human. It's extremely intelligent." Ti Fengshi answered calmly. The King of Qin sighed. "It's a pity that I couldn't see it with my own eyes. Feng family, do you think that if I invite Laudan here, will he bring the monkey here?" Before Ti Fengshi could answer, the historian's facial expression changed drastically, and he stopped him. "Your Majesty, you can't do that. Laudan is famous across the world. Famous scholars such as Kong Qiu from the Lu Kingdom, Lao Lizi from the Chu Kingdom, and Yanning from the Qi Kingdom have visited him to learn from him. He's a famous and virtuous physician. Now that a virtuous paragon has entered the Qin Kingdom, Your Majesty, shouldn't you admire him because of his talent and virtue? Why would you tease him like a monkey? If this is spread out, the virtuous people from all over the world will look down on our Daqin. In the past, King Zhou imprisoned King Wen of Zhou. His son, Bo Yikao, invited him in. However, King Zhou did not like King Wen's talent. Instead, he indulged in the 3 treasures presented by his son, the 7 fragrances chariot, the sobering blanket, and the white-faced ape. The white-faced ape is a 1,000-year-old white ape. It's good at playing 3,000 small songs and 800 big songs. It's good at dancing on the palm, and it's good at observing the demons in the human world. King Zhou lost the virtue of king when because of the monkey. Therefore, it's difficult for him to lose the country. Isn't this similar to Your Majesty today? Your Majesty, the Yinjian is not far away. Humph. The King of Qin flicked his sleeves and stood up. Ti Fengshi pretended to be shocked and knelt down. He secretly plotted against the historian and said, "Please calm down, Your Majesty. It's my fault for speaking out of turn. I've lost the intention of advising you to be virtuous. Summon Laudan." The King of Qin said angrily, "I'd like to see how virtuous he is." At this point, when the historian was about to let out a sigh of relief, he heard the King of Qin saying, "I wonder if he's comparable to that peculiar monkey? Today, I want to see both the virtuous sage and the peculiar monkey. Ti Fengshi, go and pass on my decree." The historian shouted, "How can he be comparable to the virtuous sage and the peculiar monkey? Your Majesty, leave." The King of Qin scolded. The historian retreated unwillingly. Seeing that the annoying historian who often advised him was driven away, the King of Qin asked Ti Fengshi with great interest. "That fellow mentioned the white-faced ape raised by King Zhou. I just remembered it. I wonder if the peculiar monkey is as good as the white-faced ape. Is it possible that it can dance on the palm and is good at singing?" Ti Fengshi's plan was successful. He also revealed a smile and said, "I don't know about this. However, all the strange things in the world belong to the king. It would be interesting to raise this strange monkey to lead the king's horse." Chapter 843. After the Monkey King refined a crystal-like brain in his head, his mystical abilities gradually increased. Although he had lost his nature during this period of time, he had survived it without any danger. Over the past few days, his monkey nature had gradually recovered and he had become a little mischievous. His calculation ability now was comparable to the heavenly venerables and Buddha. With a single thought, he could know the infinite changes of numbers. He was only left to learn mathematics and understand the changes of vital qi. There were countless types of vital qi in the heavenly cycle. Flowers, trees, mountains, stones, mines, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were all formed by the rise and fall of vital qi. Among the 129,600 types of vital qi, the Monkey King had gradually mastered 120,000 types. He could create wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and strange flowers and fruits at any time. Even the green ox was very envious when he saw that. He asked, "Little Saint Monkey King, along the way, the fruits and vegetables used by the two old masters were all created by you. In the past, when we left Luoyang, you still needed to select and plant the seeds. Now, you only need to create the vital qi. How did you achieve such a mystical ability?" The Monkey King smiled and said, "Brother Green Ox, don't tease me. The vital qi of the heavens was created by Grandpa Lao Jun. I learned this ability when Grandpa Lao Jun created the vital qi green lotus that day. Ancestor taught me to exhaust physics and observe the various forms of vital qi in the kiliacosm. Only by gradually comprehending the Tao of materialization of vital qi can I gain something. Brother has been accompanying Grandpa Lao Jun day and night. How can you not know such small things? I still have knowledge to ask brother." The green ox was depressed and thought to himself, "How is it small things? I can still do a few tricks like turning stone into gold and reversing the 5 elements. The vital qi of the kiliacosm is boundless. How complicated is it? How can I exhaust physics?" Although he thought that, the green ox was unwilling to lose his skills and said, "What do you not understand? You can ask me. Even if I don't know, I can ask Master to dispel your doubts." The Monkey King asked honestly, "It's not difficult for me to create the vitality that exists in the colossal world. I can either pluck it or transform it. As long as it's the vitality that still exists in the world, I can create it. However, I saw Grandpa Supreme Elder creating the world of vitality when he created the world. When the clear and turbid were separated, there were many different types of vitality. I believe that among the 129,600 types of vitality, there are many types that could only exist when the world was created. If that's the case, the Yuan Qi that I can't figure out will only appear when the world is created or when the world collapses. How am I supposed to evolve this kind of Yuan Qi? If I can fully evolve the Yuan Qi of that 1 yuan, perhaps it will be useful for my cultivation." The green ox did not understand. He knew that some of the Monkey King's vitality could not be transformed because it did not exist in the world. It might have existed when the world was created, but now that the world had changed drastically, there was no reason for its existence. It could not be found in the sky or the earth. It could be said that the connate matter and connate essence qi could not be absorbed and evolved. He could only run to ask Grandpa Supreme Elder. After a while, the green ox ran back and pretended to be a big brother. "Master said that you are blinded by a leaf. This technique has long been taught to you by sect Master Chinong." The Monkey King listened and thought for a while. He came to a sudden realization. Chinong had indeed given him pointers. However, the Monkey King himself had neglected something. In the blueprint of the quantum primordial spirit, there were many unfinished intelligent quantum organs that imitated the Huangting body spirit. Among them, there was a 3-phase material recombination Gonggong Buzhou kidney. It had the ability to biochemize and recombine matter. It could naturally synthesize connate essence qi. The Monkey King looked at the blueprint carefully. It used the extreme yin and yang magnetism to accelerate the collision of the essence qi. It recreated the high-energy appearance of the essence qi when the world was created. It could synthesize connate essence qi that existed in a very short period of time. The Monkey King originally planned to create a set of extreme yin and yang magnetism magical equipment to accelerate the collision of the essence qi and study the secrets of connate essence qi. However, before he could produce any results, someone came to disturb him. It was said that the king of Qin heard that a great sage was coming and invited him. Laozi, Qinong, and Yi Shi went to the palace for a banquet. Even the green ox and the monkey king were brought along. When the sage attended the banquet, Yi Shi was supposed to be the host. However, the king of Qin had already sent someone to invite Yi Shi away. Instead, he prepared a formal attire for the monkey king, who was deep in thought. The Monkey King was deep in thought about the structure of the yin and yang magnetism magical equipment and the collision of the essence qi. He did not notice this at all. When he saw the servant inviting him to take a bath and change his clothes, he thought of the Zhou rite taught by Confucius. The new bather must flick his crown, and the new bather must flutter his clothes. There was the ritual of taking a bath and changing clothes. It was convenient to take a bath in the hot soup. The new bather must flutter his clothes. The Monkey King faced the bronze mirror and flicked his crown. Suddenly, he heard someone snickering behind the screen. The Monkey King did not make a sound. However, someone removed the screen and called to the left and right. It was the King of Qin. He hugged two beauties and peeked from behind the screen. The King of Qin laughed and said, "Monkey, flick his crown! Monkey, flick his crown!" The King of Qin then ordered the beauties on his left and right to throw melons and fruits at Wukong. The gown was purposely large and Wukong was small, so it seemed a little slow. When the melons and fruits were thrown at his feet, Wukong's expression did not change. The King of Qin ordered someone to lead Wukong to the main hall of the palace. In the main hall of the palace, an attendant was leading the way in front, and Wukong was walking at the back. His every movement was in accordance with the etiquette of Zhou, and he performed the etiquette of a guest on behalf of a saint. However, the formal attire was too large. Although the Monkey King was careful, it still dragged on the ground. The officials at the banquet laughed and thought it was a joke. Only the imperial censor Qin looked ashamed. He stood up and left the banquet angrily. Ti Fongshi came out from the right side of the King of Qin, speaking in a strange tone, sounding like a monkey hissing as he greeted the guests, mixed with squeaking sounds, causing everyone to laugh. The King of Qin initially thought that his monkey greeting would be funny, but he saw that Wukong was solemn and serious, replying to the guests in a methodical manner, appearing solemn and dignified. On the contrary, the officials in the hall were swaying left and right, looking disorderly, appearing rude. Chun-Ong looked at the King of Qin and Di Fongshi. He was indifferent, and Laozi was unmoved. Chun-Ong only said, "The one who destroyed Qin is a monkey dressed in formal attire." The King of Qin saw that Wukong was well-mannered and courteous. He waved his hand to stop the rude laughter in the hall. He asked seriously, "How can the monkey below learn to dress like a human and behave like a pedestrian to return to my Zhou etiquette?" The Monkey King replied, "I heard that the Marquis of Qin's ancestral business is horse herding. He started out as a lowly commoner and eventually became a feudal lord. He was given land by the Emperor of Zhou. Qin was originally a feudal lord and was worshipped by the Emperor of Zhou. That is why the western region is strong today. The origin of horse herding is courtesy. The origin of Qin is the courtesy of the Emperor of Zhou. The reason why Qin is a feudal lord is because it uses auspicious rites to worship the ancestral temple and the gods. It uses evil rites to bury the king and the Marquis of Qin. It treats the feudal lords and officials of the four directions as guests. It uses military rites to entertain the scholars and soldiers. It uses auspicious rites to receive the citizens and get closer to them. The Marquis of Qin celebrates his coronation, celebrates his wedding, pays respects to the emperor, pays respects to the emperor, pays respects to the ancestors, pays respects to the gods, hosts, and guests, drinks in the countryside, and pays for the military. The reason why feudal lords are feudal lords and officials are officials is because of the system of rites and music. I received the rites from Confucius of Lu and studied for 3 months. Only then did I learn the rites of Zhou. Today, I greeted the Marquis of Qin with proper attire and behaved appropriately. Yet, the Marquis of Qin's hall is extremely rude. not knowing when to advance or retreat, losing the laws of the feudal vassals. How mediocre is the person in charge? Wukong's words were directed at someone. He used the righteous energy he learned from Lu Sanyue and scolded Qin Ting angrily. Ti Fengshi's expression changed drastically. He hastily interrupted Wukong and said, "How ridiculous it is for a monkey to speak like a human? Quickly step down and forgive your sin of being ridiculous in front of the palace." Chapter 844. Where did you come from? Wukong turned his head and politely asked the King of Qin, as well as the scholar officials in the hall. The King of Qin is above and everyone is present. I wonder if this person is appointed by the King of Qin to govern? The King of Qin hesitated for a while and shook his head. No. Then, is the Prime Minister of Qin sitting with you? The Monkey King took a step forward and continued to interrogate. At this point, the officials in the palace were whispering to each other. The King of Qin's face turned ugly and said reluctantly, "No." The Monkey King took another step forward and smiled. "So you are a scholar from a noble family who has yet to become an official." At this point, a scholar who had a grudge with Di Fengshe said, "This person is only a shaman necromancer. How can he be considered a civil servant of Qin?" The King of Qin's face turned even uglier. Di Fengshe was also in a sorry state. He cupped his fists and said to the king, "Your Majesty, this macaque is only a beast with fur and horns. How can he question the king in court? Just chase him out." The Monkey King shouted, "Since he is only a necromancer, shaman, and god, how can he have the face to question the King of Qin's court? What authority did he have to command the guards? Could it be that everyone in Qin is looking at such a disrespectful person who is trying to usurp Duke Qin's authority?" With a shout, he forced Di Fengshe into a dilemma. He even used his words to question the King of Qin's famous artifact. The Monkey King did not wait for Di Fengshe to refute and asked coldly, "I heard that the King of Qin can only bestow his artifact to others." Zhang Zhuanggong used his famous weapon to bestow it to Zizhong, causing the officials to be abolished. Lu Zhaogong, because his famous weapon fell into the hands of the three Hings, was actually banished because of cockfighting. The famous weapons of the nobles were bestowed by the emperor, and they were established according to the rules of etiquette and music. Today, I see that the etiquette of Qin is broken, and the emperor's famous weapon is actually in the hands of a mere necromancer. I asked the king in court, but he did not answer. The other officials avoided him. Only the necromancer scolded and called for the guards. I wonder if it is the Duke of Qin who nurtures the necromancer, or the necromancer who nurtures the necromancer. From this, it can be seen that Lu Zhaogong's lesson is not far away. Hearing this, Qin Gong's face turned ashen. On one hand, he was dissatisfied with Di Fengshe and was even afraid of him. On the other hand, he was furious at the Monkey King's words. He didn't want to lose face. If others knew that he punished his trusted aide because of a monkey's nonsense, he wouldn't have any face left. At this time in Qin's imperial court, a macaque dragging a crown that was one size too big appeared. He shouted a question in the court, but no one dared to answer him. The scene was extremely awkward. Di Fengshe's face turned purple. This monkey was trying to force him to his death. The officials in Qin's imperial court didn't want to say anything. The system of etiquette was the embodiment of the concept of hierarchy. The ideology of the officials was politically correct. No matter how stupid an official was, he couldn't go against etiquette. Moreover, Di Fengshe was just a shaman. He was trusted by the Empress Dowager and had already attracted many people's attention. Only a fool would help him. However, no matter how out of place Fengshe was, he still had political allies. It was just that they were unwilling to stand up for him. Someone secretly informed the outside, and an inner attendant slipped out of the main hall and went out through the side door. Seeing that the entire court was silent, the Monkey King shouted, "Why don't you kill the necromancer to show the world? Kill, Miao, Cho to prove his artifact?" Hearing this, Fengshi couldn't stay silent anymore. If he let this monkey continue, he would be killed. He gritted his teeth and pointed at the Monkey King. He said with a trembling voice, "Etiquette kills people, etiquette kills people. You're trying to kill me. King, don't listen to his provocation." "Shut up." A loud shout came from the back of the hall. An old woman dressed in luxurious clothes came out from the back of the hall and said, "Who dares to kill my beloved servant?" Fengshi went up to her as if he had seen his own mother. He sobbed and said, "Empress Dowager, you are finally here. Empress Dowager." He went up to the old woman and held her hand. He stared at the Monkey King fiercely. The old woman had a bearing, but Wukong had a pair of magical eyes that could see even the slightest detail, and his quantum primordial spirit could calculate everything. He observed that Queen Mother Wang's qi was already old and decrepit, but it was still mixed with primordial yang, extremely heterogeneous. It seemed that she had also practiced a bit of plucking qi, absorbing the qi of a strong man to slow down the aging of her face. Seeing that she trusted Fengshi so much, it was obvious where this plucking qi came from. The scariest thing was that the Monkey King had already sensed that Fengshi and the Empress Dowager's qi were mixed together. They were definitely trained in the art of plucking qi. At the thought of this, even though the Wukong stone monkey's nature wasn't restricted by etiquette, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Before he went to the court, he controlled his emotions and learned 100% of what Kong Qiu had taught him. Only now did he reveal some of his true nature. He said with hatred, "My monkey eyes must be blind. How can there be such a filthy person? Your Majesty, how can you kill a nation's servant just because of the nonsense of a monkey?" The Empress Dowager ignored the Monkey King and said to the King of Qin, "A macaque is just a beast that is good at mimicking human speech. I don't know who taught it to speak such nonsense. How can you take it seriously? Admonishing the officials is a good thing, but admonishing a monkey? What kind of words is that? In my opinion, there is no need to bother with it. Just lock it in the beast garden and treat it as a joke." The Empress Dowager's cultivation was much higher than a political noob like Fengshi. She didn't talk to Goku and directly used her identity to nail the matter there. This kind of political method of "I don't reason with you" and directly use my status to deal with you was quite a hooligan. No matter how unparalleled Goku's eloquence and righteousness were, it was all useless. The Monkey King was so angry that his body was trembling. He wanted to beat these disgusting nobles to death with a stick. The reason why Qinong allowed the Monkey King to go up was not to argue with these ants. It was to train the Monkey King so that when he ascended to the heavenly palace in the future, he would be able to achieve great results. When it came to the political arena, it wouldn't be any more reasonable than this. The high-ranking immortals in the heavens and the mortals on earth all did the same thing. They would practice first before anything else. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to the Monkey King, telling him not to act rashly and kill all the nobles in the Qin kingdom. Monkey King, stop. The Grand Lord descended to the mortal world to train and didn't show his abilities. If you continue to play around like this, I will lose face in front of Taoist Taiqing. After we cross the 800 miles of Qin River, you can come back on the cloud and kill all of them. I have already chosen a demon nearby. When the time comes, I will push the blame to that demon. The Heavenly Palace Heavenly General is someone who knows about this and will definitely not expose you. Even if there are 1 or 2 ignorant ones, I will still be able to protect you. Just say that I accidentally lost my attendant boy while discussing Tao with Taoist Taiqing. The great heavenly venerable Jade Emperor will not offend me. The Monkey King suppressed his murderous intent and squeezed out the words from the gaps of his teeth. Why is the Empress Dowager teaching me this? Although I look like a monkey, I follow the teachings of Confucius and learn Taoism from Laozi. My brain is filled with knowledge from my teacher. I have 8,000 ancient books in my chest, and I know everything that happened 5,000 years ago. I will only be a boy by my teacher's side. Then I'll return the greeting. Dr. Zhou Yishi is here. It's you, Qin's people, who put on a ceremonial robe before me. Then you took a bath and changed your clothes. You respected the rules and behaved according to the rules. Now, you see me as an envoy and you see me as a beast. Are you trying to humiliate me on purpose? Or was she intentionally pranking me and treating me like a clown? I am leading the oxen in front, and the one behind the carriage is the virtuous old man. Dr. Chanong, Dr. Zhou, is driving the carriage, and Hengeling is driving the oxen. How dare you bully me? Monkey King slammed the table and scolded. I, Muho, am a righteous person dressed like a monkey. How can I compare to a beast dressed like a beast? You are worse than a beast. Queen Mother Wang had never heard such insults directed at her eyebrows. She was so angry that her breathing became uneven. She pointed at Monkey King and said, What? What did you say? Shut up, shameless old thief. How dare you talk nonsense here? As the Queen Mother, you are not pure and innocent. You keep men in captivity. You mess up the harem. You don't know etiquette. You talk nonsense about court politics. You have lived in vain for 70 years. You have never served the people of the country. You only know how to wag your tongue. You are a pious shaman. A dog with a broken back dares to bark madly in my court. I have never seen such a shameless person. You, guards! Queen Mother Wang was so angry that she fell to the ground. The King of Qin was so shocked that he stood up. The guards around him were in chaos. Monkey King did not shut up. Instead, he kicked away the 2 servants who came to grab him. He jumped on the table in front of the King of Qin. He pointed at the people in the court and asked, I am asking you. I have studied for a few days and can read a few words. He then grabbed Tiesher's collar and asked, Tell me, what books have you studied? Do you know Zhou Jinwen, Shang Jiagu, and Xia Busai? Di Fengshi was nothing more than a shaman puppet who knew how to communicate with spirits and conquer gods. All the spells he knew had to be operated for a while before he could be used. Being grabbed by Wukong's martial arts skill, he immediately felt a strong force lifting him up. He panicked and cried out, I learned spells from my master. I've never read any books. Monkey King casually threw him to the ground and scolded, Then you still dare to say that I am an ignorant beast? He then grabbed a scholar and went to the Queen Mother Wang, who fell to the ground. He pushed away the guards, and his hairy face scared the Queen Mother Wang so much that she screamed. Monkey King bared his teeth and shouted, Don't scream. Let me ask you, what books have you read? What knowledge have you learned? The scholar's thighs were trembling, and his crotch was dripping yellow liquid. He mumbled, I have only read some history books. Wukong grabbed a few people in succession, and some of them were even talented ministers. He questioned them one by one, and all of them were the same. The most knowledgeable scholar official had only read the history books of the 4 countries and studied the official documents of their own countries. If he were to calculate, he would only be able to recognize a little over 2,000 words and read a book of 10,000 words. Monkey King casually threw these people to the ground and slapped the guards in front of him. He laughed wildly. I was wondering what kind of knowledge you have. You think you are extraordinary and look down on me for being a beast. Turns out you only know a few words. I, old son, came from the East Seas Aolai country. I've traveled thousands of miles and traveled to dozens of countries. I've seen people from 2 large continents. I've learned about 10 different kinds of slang. I know about 8 or 9 languages from different countries. Later, I was fortunate enough to become Master's disciple. I listened to Kong Chiu's lectures and lousy sermons. I learned from Zi Lu that Kong Chiu had compiled 800 poems from different countries and official documents from various countries, from Xia, Shang, and Zhou to the collection of official documents from the vassal states. There were 50 to 60 pieces of Shangshu. I learned the Book of Rites, Book of Music, Wen Wang Yi, and Kong Chiu's annotations. Later, Master taught me the Lianshan I, Guizhong I, and the history books of various countries, even the ancient 3 graves and 5 classics, 8 suas and 9 hills. There is also the ancient book of mountains and seas that Master mentioned, bronze and gold inscriptions, divination, bones, and knots. There is nothing that I don't know. There are also all kinds of celestial knowledge, even the knowledge of you mortals. I've studied 980 million words, and I know 89 types of characters. Chapter 845. The palace guards swarmed into the palace from all directions. The Monkey King stood on top of the Qin King's table and looked at the officials who were lying limply on the ground. He saw the Qin King's legs trembling as he collapsed in front of him. The Queen Mother's eyes rolled back as she let out a scream and fainted. The Emperor and the officials in the palace were all in disgrace. The Monkey King was holding Fengshi in his hand, and the soldiers were all tied up. Some of them were trembling, and some of them were pissing their pants. The scene was a mess. Only Tai Ching and Chinong were able to sit still and observe the situation. The green ox came over quietly and waited outside the palace with the carriage on its back. The guards didn't pay attention to it when they passed by. Ishi, on the other hand, looked like he wanted to say something, but didn't want to. The Monkey King was highly skilled in martial arts, although he didn't learn any martial arts from Chinong. His quantum primordial spirit could see through even a fly or an ant. In the eyes of the Monkey King, those soldiers were no different from slow puppets. With a wave of his hand, a group of soldiers fell to the ground. He held Fengshi upside down and pinned 2 guards to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot and his fangs were ferocious as he threatened the Qin King. The Qin King screamed in fear, "Spare me, Grandpa Hero! Spare me, Hero!" He pointed at Fengshi in Monkey King's hand and said, "It's all because of this evil scoundrel that I made such a huge mistake. Hero, please help me get rid of this evil scoundrel." Wukong looked up to the sky and laughed. "I talked about reason with you. You talked about status with me. I asked you about knowledge, and you replied to me about seniority. I talked about human etiquette, and you talked about the difference between humans and beasts. I argued with you, and you came up and attacked me. I attacked you, and now you are begging me for mercy and etiquette. When he insulted me, you didn't say that he was evil. Now, we are 5 feet apart, and blood has spilled 3 steps away, and you're telling me that he is trying to sow discord? When you laughed at me just now, you didn't care about my knowledge, etiquette, and music. Now, when you flatter me as a hero, you don't care about how arrogant I am and how I beat all of you to the ground. No matter what you do or how you treat me, you don't care who I am or what I do. It's just that it depends on your own position. When life and death are seized, you are arrogant. When your life is in someone else's hands, you bow and scrape." The Monkey King's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as he swung the human pole in his hand, wanting to kill Qin Wang. However, Qin Ong suddenly shouted, "Monkey King!" It was only then that the monkey regained some of its composure. It smiled coldly at the King of Qin and turned to leave. When it took 10 steps back, the surrounding guards rushed forward and protected the King of Qin and the Queen Mother behind them. Only then did the King of Qin jump up in rage and bellow, "Kill it! Kill that monkey! Kill them!" The Monkey King stretched out his hand and lifted an armored guard over his head, slamming him onto the ground. The heavily armored guard smashed into the ground, causing a group of people in front of him to fall to the ground. The Monkey King then stretched out his hand and took the metal dagger axe from the armored guard and pointed it at the King of Qin. "What did you say, brat?" The metal dagger axe in his hand trembled, and it was unknown how many people in front of him had their limbs broken. The bronze dagger axe was pointed at the King of Qin, causing the King of Qin to be dumbfounded. His face turned pale. The Monkey King casually tossed the bronze dagger axe towards the King of Qin. The blade of the dagger axe carried the King of Qin's body as it smashed through the screen and nailed into the wall behind him. The sharp edge of the dagger axe didn't penetrate the king's body. Instead, it pierced through his chest and into the stone wall. It's just a mere 100 steps. Why do I need to be angry when I take your life?" Looking at the armored guards surrounding him, the Monkey King laughed and said, "Who dares to stop me?" Chinong and Lao Zi had already stood up from their seats. At this moment, the attention of all the soldiers in the hall was completely focused on the Monkey King. No matter how they moved, they didn't attract any attention. All the armored guards surrounded the Monkey King and allowed Chinong and Lao Zi to walk out of the hall and walk towards the ox cart. Ishi asked worriedly, "Sages, how are we going to pass through the Qin Pass with the Monkey King in this state?" Chinong only smiled and replied, "There are 6 to 7 checkpoints in the army of a country. Above them there are cowardly rulers, and below them are mediocre officials. The rest are only 1 or 2 outstanding talents, and they can't even be used. Moreover, with the muddle-headed officials holding us back, how are we going to pass through the Qin Pass? Right now, there are 300 armored guards in the hall, and Senior Monkey King isn't willing to hold the King of Qin hostage. Within the palace, there is an ambush every 10 steps, and the soldiers are all enemies. How is he going to escape? Do the nobles dare to risk their lives in the hall?" When I arrived, I saw that the King of Qin was at a loss, the armored guards were at a loss, and the officials were panicking. If they have courage, even a flock of sheep can devour a tiger. If they lose their courage, what can they do to the enemy? In fact, these were just Chin-Ang's casual, superficial excuses. The real reason was not to mention Wukong's magical powers. In Chin-Ang's eyes, the Qin state's armaments and the palace's defense could be said to be riddled with holes. There were loopholes everywhere. There were only a few hundred soldiers in the Qin imperial palace, and the imperial palace had the imperial court and the imperial harem. How could a mere few hundred people set up a tight defense? Chinong and the others rode on the ox cart. Under the rapid galloping of the green ox, there were occasionally 1 or 2 guards who tried to stop them. However, they were knocked away by the green ox's horns. Out of Xianying City, they walked for about 10 miles before the Monkey King caught up with them. He said to Chinong, "Master, the King of Qin is just a good-for-nothing, and the guards in the palace are all useless." I fought my way out of the hall, and after 3 gates, no one dared to stop me anymore. They are so timid and afraid of the slightest thing. I heard from Zilu that Qin has the aura of a tiger and a wolf, but from what I saw today, it seems like it is nothing much. Master, when we are out of Qin's territory, I will go back and play with him. Chinong only laughed. "That is the way of a demon. You can't do that." "Master, the King of Qin was rude to both of you, and even spoke rudely to me. How is it the way of a demon to teach him a lesson?" Monkey King said softly, "I just want to scare him. I don't want his life." "That is the way of a demon." Chinong laughed. "Do you still think you are a wild monkey without any background? Look at the cultivators who have mana in the surroundings. Those who do not are demons, just like the wandering swordsmen in the surroundings. Their hair is disheveled, their clothes are short, and their words are hard to say. When they hit each other, their necks will be cut and their lungs will be cut, just because they dare to fight and kill, and are strong. Blood will be spilled at every turn. They are just wandering warriors, and they rely on their ruthlessness, money, and connections. Incurring enmity with others was either due to a matter of pride, or it was for the sake of money and benefits, and it was an open fight. If you go and teach the King of Qin a lesson, you are just bullying him with your magical powers. When you hit him, blood will be spilled. What's the difference between this method of relying on magic power and the monsters in the wilderness? Monkey King, why do you think the King of Qin is making things difficult for you?" Chinong asked. Monkey King scratched his head and replied, "Of course it is because of Ti Fongshi." "Oh," Chinong laughed and asked again, "Then why does Ti Fongshi want to make things difficult for you?" "For no reason at all. He provoked the King of Qin to harm you." This, Monkey King couldn't answer. Chinong could only explain, "Of course there is someone behind it." He then told the Monkey King about the god of thunder and goddess of lightning plotting against him. Monkey King was furious and said, "God of thunder and goddess of lightning, it was just a joke in the past, and yet you are so persistent. I will not let this matter rest. You stubborn monkey, are you waiting for the day when the god of thunder and goddess of lightning comes out to teach them a lesson?" Chenong asked, looking at the Monkey King's hesitation. He knew that he had hit the nail on the head. Chen-Ong shook his head and said, "That is why I said that you are still wild, and you can't learn how the gods handle things." "Master, what is the way the gods handle things?" Monkey King asked. "How did the god of thunder and goddess of lightning plot against you?" Chen-Ong asked back, "Let me tell you, there are 5 immortals in the heavens, and they have people above them. The celestial mountain in the celestial heavens belongs to the immortals, and there are rules above them. Even if the god of thunder and goddess of lightning hate you, they didn't use lightning to strike you. Instead, they ordered a necromancer in the mortal world to make things difficult for you. The immortals are like officials. If the demons are like the wanderers who can fight and kill, and they rely on their strength and supernatural powers, then the immortals in the heavens are like the officials in the imperial court, and the officials have different ways of doing things. If you're a wild demon without a backer, it'll be easy for him to control you. It's just like how an official controls a ranger and orders his men to capture you. The Thunder Division and Combat Division of the Celestial Heavens, the Celestial Army and Celestial Generals, the Human Realms Arresting Constables, and the military officers are all prepared for this. When the time comes, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in the sky will surround you like a net. The Thunder Division, Do Division, the heavenly generals, the 4 heavenly kings, the 6 kings, and the 4 marshals will all come after you. He has many soldiers and generals, and they will disturb you day and night. In the end, he will invite those with great supernatural powers. Even if it's just a god of thunder and goddess of lightning, which demon is he afraid of? But you have people behind you. Monkey King, you are helping fellow Taoist Taiching. He is an official in the Tishita Palace, the Grand Supreme Elder. Which immortal hasn't asked him for help? Although he doesn't have a high position, it's a good job. He has requests from everywhere, and his status is respected. Do you know how many connections he has in the celestial heavens? And I, Master, and the Master of the Beyond Heaven sect, a friend from the other world. Even the Jade Emperor has to give me some face, lest my friends are shocked and it has a bad impact. How can a mere god of thunder and goddess of lightning touch you? They can only find an alchemist from the lower realm to take the blame and cause you some trouble. They don't dare to provoke me and fellow Taoist Taiching. Look at the chaos in the Qin Palace today. The swords and spears in the main hall have no eyes. Why are we unharmed? Chen-Ong smiled and said, "They are all 4 world merit officials, day and night wandering gods. All of them covered their eyes and blinded the 6 senses of the mortal soldiers, so that we can sleep peacefully." The Monkey King came to a realization. "I see. That Tifong Shi is just an insignificant person. The god of thunder and goddess of lightning used him as a tool. Monkey King, you have learned many mystical abilities, dharma spells, theories, and knowledge from me. Naturally, you can't mix with those ignorant wild demons. It seems glorious, but in fact, you are restricted in all aspects. Even longevity is illegal. Although the spiritual mountain of the heavenly courts will give you some face due to the legacy of the Grand Pure One and me, and you are more carefree than ordinary demons without any backing, there is no result. It's best to get a position and cultivate. Fellow Taoist Taiching transformed into me and traveled west to teach the barbarians to become Buddhas. You have great merit in the heavenly courts. I'll ask you to help me. In the future, when I ascend, I'll bring you up to become an immortal. There will be a position in the Tishita Palace. It's nice. The Grand Supreme Lord has a wide network. It's not difficult for him to become a general in the 4 divisions or a Star Lord. However, the atmosphere in the heavenly courts has been bad recently. The deities all over the world talk about human relationships. In terms of relationships, it's very complicated. I'm afraid that you'll accidentally offend someone and fall into their trap. You're a monkey with a rebellious bone in your head. You're very rebellious. If you become a bandit in the future, you'll be suppressed by the capable experts invited by the spiritual mountain of the heavenly courts. You'll suffer. It's better for me to explain the Tao to you so that you won't be unlucky in the future. Even if you become a bandit, you have to understand it clearly. When you kill your way to the heavenly courts to settle the score, you'll be able to do it clearly. Master, the Monkey King was very touched. Thank you for your concern, Master. So, this time we'll follow the rules of the deities. Chen Ong said, "Don't look for the king of Qin first. The god of thunder and goddess of lightning will naturally plot against you more than once. This time it's just a pretext." Pretext? The Monkey King was confused. Yes, Chen Ong said, "You're clear about the abilities of that necromancer. The god of thunder and goddess of lightning aren't stupid. Why would they rely on this piece of trash to make things difficult for you? I think they just want to see you create trouble and offend the king of Qin. Then they'll have a pretext to intervene and fight with you to embarrass you. The Elder Supreme Elder's journey to the west is a grand event in the heavenly courts. If they attack for no reason, they'll violate the heavenly laws and offend the Elder Supreme Elder. But now that you've created havoc in the Qin court, it'll give them a reason to intervene. They'll use the king of Qin's request to use that necromancer to fight with you. If the great, heavenly, venerable Jade Emperor finds out, it'll be reasonable. The Elder Supreme Elder and I won't make things difficult for them.